All right, welcome to our retreat. Today's Thursday, January 30th, 2025. I'm calling this meeting to order, giving notice that we may to go into executive session for discussion about anything that's on today's agenda, discussion and consultation with our attorneys. Can we have roll call?
Here, Vice Mayor Speak. Here, Councilmember Aslan. Councilmember Z.
Present.
Councilmember House.
Here.
Member Matthews.
Here.
Councilmember Speck.
Here.
Vice Mayor, would you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Stand.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
And Councilmember Garcia, would you read our mission statement?
Yes, the mission of the City of Flagstaff is to protect and enhance the quality of life for all.
And Councilmember Matthews.
Mayor, the Flagstaff City Council humbly acknowledges the ancestral homelands of this area's indigenous nations and original stewards. These lands, still inhabited by native descendants, are mountains sacred to indigenous peoples. We honor them, their legacies, their traditions, and their continued contributions. We celebrate their past, present, and future generations who will ever know this place.
And handing it over to Greg, take it away.
Thank you, Mayor, Council, Vice Mayor. Good morning, everybody, leadership team, and those online. It is good to be here. We apologize that we're off to a late start this morning. Had some computer glitches, but we're up and running. States, everything is in order, so great. We always appreciate this venue. Restrooms across the hall. We have a kitchen next door. The food in the back, and we will have lunch today. So we'll take care of you and keep you caffeinated and nourished as you see fit. We're excited about this retreat. This is a kickoff to our retreat, but today, and we do this every election year, we'd like to start off with a little bit of high-level overview. Talking a little bit about some housekeeping matters, open meetings law and open records and council procedure, all that stuff is very important, as well as some coaching and provoking discussion, a little bit of discussion about council roles and so forth, staff roles. We have facilitators with us this morning. I'm going to introduce them here in just a second. And then I'm going to ask Shannon to kind of introduce the room and those who are online. But as a reminder, in these retreats, it's a little bit more informal than our usual council meetings. And that's one of the reasons we meet in a venue outside of City Hall. We like to keep it a little bit engaging. So we welcome comments on the fly. Raise hands, that's probably the best thing to do for those online. Raise your hand virtually. We'll try to keep an eye out for that. And we do have a lot of content to get through today, so we'll keep things moving, but we do invite that dialogue to occur. We're excited about our facilitators this morning. I might ask them to come on up and join me here, and I will give you some quick backgrounds here. It's very impressive. I will note that we started meeting with these folks, and it's a trio. We have 3 facilitators today. We started meeting with them last summer, and I bumped into Dr. Rinfrey at an ACMA, Arizona City Managers Association conference in Sedona. We were just down there last week. I think Shannon and Joanne were there. It is so nice to see NAU have a table in that conference, a presence with the city managers of the state of Arizona. That's a new thing, and it's a wonderful thing. We are establishing very good inroads with our university here. And I think this morning's presentations and our facilitators are right in line with that. So I'm very happy to make an introduction here. Pardon me for reading, but these bios, I don't want to miss any of it. Very important. Dr. Sarah Renfrey has more than 18 years in the field addressing public sector problems with a doctoral degree in political science and a master's degree in public administration. Sarah is a reputable scholar, field administrator, award-winning professor, and public sector practitioner. He uses data-driven research to inform best practices for clients seeking innovative solutions. In working with local, state, federal, nonprofit, and international organizations, Sarah engages stakeholders in a meaningful way to improve organizational design and capacity. I'm going to go through the other two bios and then we'll give these folks a very warm welcome. Dr. Fred Solop is a co-director of Global Local Vision, LLC, a full-service social science research firm. He holds a PhD in political science from Rutgers University and has 37 years of experience conducting applied research for federal, state, county, and local government agencies. Fred is a professor emeritus and former chair of the Department of Politics and International Affairs at NAU. He also directed NAU's Social Research Laboratory for 9 years. And Dr. Nancy Wonders is a co-director also of Global Local Vision, LLC, and professor emeritus and a past department chair in NAU's Department of Criminology and Criminal Justice. Over the last 30 years, Nancy has served in many national and local leadership roles and has provided research and leadership expertise to numerous public, private, and nonprofit organizations, including Coconino County, Mountain Line, and the city of Flagstaff, among others. She is an award-winning educator and researcher, as well as a longtime volunteer in the Flagstaff community. We're so fortunate to have these three facilitate and coach today, so let's give them a warm welcome. Don't go too far, guys. We'll be turning it over to you in just a second, but Shannon, can I lean on you to do some introductions in the room and online?
Absolutely. So I figured we'd start online since we can see everyone in the room. Adam, do you want to kick us off? And if you could let us know your name and title, that would be terrific.
Good morning, everyone. My name's Adam Yali. I'm the Airport Programs Manager out here at the airport. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Good morning. Amy Hagan.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Amy Hagan, and I'm our Assistant Parks and Recreation Director working in the only Pros Division.
Thanks, Amy. Brian.
Morning, everyone. I'm Airport Director Brian Gall. Nice to see everybody today.
And Jessica Cortez.
Good morning, Jessica Cortez, Court Administrator over at the Flagstaff Municipal Court.
Jessica. Daniel Kelly.
Good morning, everybody. Daniel Kelly, Emergency Manager for the City of Flagstaff.
David.
Good morning, everybody. Dave McIntyre, Community Investment Director. Have a great one.
Reese. Reese, you're on mute, babe.
Sorry. Senior Accountant, Clarice Thousand.
Thank you. John?
Hi there, John Comer, Assistant Budget Manager.
John, yeah. Councilmember House.
Good morning. This is Kara House. I'm on the Flagstaff City Council. Sorry I can't be there with you in person.
Lori, I'm hoping that you have a voice. I know you're not feeling well, so.
Good morning, everybody. I'm Corey. I'm the Human Resources and Risk Management Director. Hi, everybody.
So
Yeah, I hope you feel
thanks
better,
for
Corey.
being here. Michelle?
Good morning, Michelle McNulty, Planning Director for the city.
Thanks, Michelle. Patrick? Patrick Brown. All right, no, we have.
Yeah, I've got to make that distinction, right? Good morning, everybody. Patrick Brown, Purchasing Director.
Thank you, Patrick. Patrick O'Connor.
Good morning, everyone. Patrick O'Connor, Water Services Section Director over Field Operations.
Thank you. Paul?
Good morning, everybody. I'm Paul Mood, City Engineer.
Thank you, Paul. Rose?
Did you say Rose?
Good morning.
Good morning, yet finished. Good morning, everybody. My name is Rose Tohi, and I'm the Indigenous Affairs Administrator for the city. Thank you.
Thank you, Rose. Sarah Dar.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Sarah Dar, and I serve as a housing director.
Thank you. Sarah Langley.
Hi, everyone. Good morning. Sarah Langley. I work as the Public Affairs Director.
John.
Good morning, everybody. Sean Johnson, Chief of Staff to the Mayor and Council.
John. Stacy PK.
Hey, good morning, everyone. Stacy Brecker-Knights, Grants, Contracts, Emergency Management Director.
Then Susie.
Hi, I am Susie Jonas. I am the Water Services Management Analyst.
Is there anyone online that we haven't introduced yet? Wonderful. Just wanted to make sure I didn't miss anyone on the list. Councilmember Garcia, do you want to kick us off in the room?
Yes, Anthony Garcia, City Council members.
I'm Rick Tatter, Management Service Director.
Good morning, Dan Folk, Community Development Director.
Good morning, everyone. Sterling Solomon, City Attorney.
Good morning, Lori Matthews, City Council.
Morning, Tucson. A few years ago. My first memories, and then I moved to Prescott.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Rebecca Sayers. I'm the Parks, Recreation, Open Space, and Events Director.
Good morning, I'm Mark Gaylord. I'm the Fire Chief.
And I'm your Police Chief.
Becky Daggett, Mayor.
Good morning, Miranda Sweet, Vice Mayor. Joanne Keene, Deputy City Manager.
Services Director.
Stacy Salzberg, Communication and Intercity.
I'm Shannon Anderson, one of the Deputy City Managers.
David Spence, City Council.
I'm Heidi Hansen, Economic Vitality Director. I like your vest, Councilmember Aslan.
Sam, do you want to kick us off in the back of the room? Steve? Oh. Yeah. Terrific. Thanks everyone for being here today.
You. We hand it off. Yeah. Thanks for the intros.
So on behalf of all of you, I want to thank Mayor Daggett, City Council members, Greg, City Leader, for inviting us to facilitate today's retreat. Sarah, Fred, and I have a long history of working together. We love working together, and we heard from leadership that you will be having to engage in a lot of teamwork in the year ahead and in the next coming years. And so we are here to help you with teamwork by also modeling what we think is good teamwork. We do different things. We do different things we think well, and we hope to encourage you to take the same approach to your work. There'll be some information provided, as Greg said, very thick agenda today, so we have a lot to get through, but also we're going to give you some opportunities for engagement. And so we do have the opportunity in the afternoon to do some small group work, and having 3 facilitators will work very well for that. I want to just begin by providing a very brief overview of the day, letting you know who's going to lead different sections. And also Greg has already touched on logistics, but just a couple of things about that. And then Sarah's just going to run a very brief ice-breaking activity before we get into the thick of the content. The first slide I would like to have pulled up, if I could please, is the agenda. You should have a clicker. I have a clicker right here. Thank you very much. Point this way. Point this way. Good luck. Oh, it worked. Here we go. Today's agenda. The first thing that will be covered is just an overview of City Council. As Greg said, Greg, Joanne, and Shannon will be facilitating or running that part, providing the content. They'll be the speakers. There will then be a 15-minute break, just so you can anticipate that roughly. There will also then be an overview of the community led by Fred Solip. He'll be presenting you with some trends and information that we hope will be helpful for thinking about how our community has been changing. That will be followed by lunch. It will be in 2 parts. There will be 30 minutes totally free, and however you want to use it. The online portion will be turned off, followed by 30 minutes of a focused discussion for those who remain here on site, and we hope will just facilitate getting to know each other a little better, talking about some important issues, but in a relaxed, informal way. And then we'll turn to the work of City Council. This will be led by Stacy Salzberg, and Sterling Solomon will be the speakers talking about charter, laws, and outreach. That will be followed by another brief break. The work of City Council is also going to be a topic for Sarah and I, who will be leading just some activities where you'll be having an opportunity to think about a couple of key issues, skills and strategies, but also to engage those, really talking to each other, getting to know each other, and working together from the very beginning. That's one of our goals today. Finally, there will be a conclusion and next steps, and if everything goes well and we do our job, you will be wrapping up roughly at 4:30 today. So that is the goal. Any questions about the agenda before this? We do have just a few ground rules that we wanted to encourage you to attend to today. It's important to participate fully and stay focused. Of course, that's more challenging these days with computers and cell phones. So if you are in a position where you can silent your phone right now, that'd be great to do. We do though want you to engage in discussion, to ask questions, and to feel free to use this time to get the information you need to do the work you have to do this year. We also ask you to respect the time. We'll be playing an important role in that, but please keep your comments focused on the topic, concise and relevant. We'll try to assist with that. Listen actively, take turns speaking, and avoid interrupting. Diverse perspectives are very welcome. This isn't a situation where you can't have a different point of view, but do so respectfully and professionally. And finally, if you have a comment you want to make or a question to ask, have in mind that your goal is constructive feedback, how to move that issue forward, and that's really what you're seeking. So try to pursue a viable solution among your peers here and asking, what can we do about this? Are there any other ground rules you care about that you feel like I didn't cover that need to be on here? I don't want to have a free for all, but it's good to ask. Good, fantastic. Thank you. And then the final thing I wanted to say was just as far as logistics go, as Greg said, help yourself. There's food here, restrooms are there, just do what you need. And we think that will work best for the day. That's what I needed to cover. And now I'm going to introduce Sarah, who is going to come up and do a brief activity.
Thank you.
It's a little early this morning. Is everyone ready to move a little bit? So if you feel ready to do so. So like Nancy said, Fred and I and Nancy have worked together for a really long time. And so we hope that one of our threads this morning and throughout the day is just teamwork. Day, but it is really important for the work that we do with City Council, and especially just working with community members. So we want to make sure that we really stress that today. So we designed this icebreaker activity. I'm just going to read a statement for you. And so if you feel okay, you'll stand up on your feet. It should be fun, but the reason why we wanted to do this is just to see, look around the room and see who else might have some commonalities or differences. So this is a way for us to just get to know each other today. And so that'll be another common thread throughout the day as well. So it's optional. If you're able to stand, that'd be awesome. But if you can't, if you want to just raise your hand, that would be great. So I'm going to just start off with a couple questions. Were you raised and born in Arizona? Okay, awesome. How many of you moved away and came back?
Oh, but not,
I had to think for a
but
second.
not born and raised in
Yes,
this.
yeah. If you look around, think about how many people have been born and raised in Arizona and then others that maybe not, and so how those commonalities or differences help to shape doing. Okay. How about the next one? Have you lived in Flagstaff for more than 20 years? How about have you lived in Flagstaff for 10 to 20 years?
They'll stay up.
Yeah. Okay. And then how many have lived in Flagstaff for 5 years? Less than 5. So that's mostly everybody, but just think about too, the different perspectives that we have for the longevity that we've lived in Flagstaff. So the next one, thinking about your question, well, you worked for the city of Flagstaff, elected or non-elected, for more than 10 years. Say that again. Have you worked for the city of Flagstaff or elected official for more than 10 years? Still, he has a question.
Third party.
Raising.
Oh, okay. Seeing her hand.
How about 5 to 9 years? Okay. And then what about less than 1 year? So again, think about, looking around the longevity of employees that we have and shared experiences. And so thinking about how, even though you might have worked, less than 5 years or more than 10 years, that you might have some historic perspectives or even newcomers, just how important I think is to help get through the day today. All right, so this is the fun one that we're excited about. I think sometimes we like to, engage in social activity, but it's also really important to understand not everyone might want to get an adult beverage after work. Maybe people like tea or coffee or want to go for lunch or go for a walk. So I'm just going to ask, you can go up and down, or maybe you can keep standing if this applies to you. So the first one, in terms of social time, do you enjoy having coffee? Okay. What about tea? Okay, what about going out for lunch? Okay, so really look around, maybe take some notes to see, so as you interact throughout the day. What about going out for drinks after work? Okay.
Now Tatter's standing.
So look around, make a mental note. What about going for a walk? And we all love Buffalo Park.
In any of our beautiful parks.
Yes, right. So I think the reason why we wanted to ask this as part of our icebreaker activity is just to get to know each other. And so as you engage throughout your work, internally and externally, understanding that maybe you don't want to go for drinks after work. Maybe you want to go for a walk. So just make a note of that today. All right, so our next one is, how many of you have traveled outside of the United States? Think about this one and looking around and how international perspectives can also influence how we engage with local policy making. All right, the next one, if you feel comfortable standing for this one, you're personally affected by the Coconino County flooding or wildfires. So think about how things that happen with our natural environment also impact the way in which might influence how we engage with local policy making. Right, so this one, I mean, I'm a little bit biased with this one because I am a very proud lumberjack as well. But this is this be friendly competition. How many of you graduated from ASU?
You're forgiven.
All right, how many of you graduated from the University of Arizona? Okay.
Over to the west.
And then how many of us are proud lumberjacks? So again, we just wanted to kind of break the ice, get us moving this morning. We know it's cold and it's really fortunate that we have snow. We're fortunate to have that. But is there anything else that you guys would like to ask each other? Anything else you'd like to know about each other? We'll be spending a lot of time together today. Who else is left-handed?
Oh.
What was? Nice.
Let's scare a house.
Very good one. Others, anything else you'd like to know about each other? All right, well, we thought this would be a nice way to engage and start off the morning just to kind of understand. All have different perspectives, and like Nancy said, it's really important to understand that we have different perspectives and it informs our work that we do with the city, but also as we work together internally and externally, elected and non-elected. So thank you so much for starting strong, and I'm going to hand it back to Nancy and we'll get started through our agenda for today. Thanks so much.
You.
So we're a little ahead, and that's by design. We wanted to be ahead. We wanted to make sure you had plenty of time for the content pieces today. The next thing that's going to happen is we're going to be focusing on an overview of the city council, as I said. And before that, I just want to provide a little bit of logistics about facilitation. So I'll be the facilitator for this session. Fred Sullivan will be keeping time. And Fred, could you just stand? And I only say this for those who'll be speaking. Fred's going to stand and he'll have time sheets he'll show you. And so that only matters really for those who are speaking. Segment will run until 10:30, so you have a lot of time. If you get done sooner, that's good. We'll continue to remain ahead today. We have a lot to get through, so we'll be playing a pretty strong facilitator role, but this little bit of buffer I think is going to help us a lot. Your facilitation team, as I said, will be keeping time. We have these time cards that'll be held up, and they'll be in 20, 10, and 5-minute increments. 20, 10, and 5-minute increments. Because there's a lot of content to cover, we do have a packed agenda, but we want you to ask questions. That is part of the purpose. So please don't hesitate to do so. Just raise your hand, wait to be called upon, and try to limit your question to roughly 2 minutes of time, just so that we can get through the agenda. If you have been speaking a lot and raising your hand a lot, we may choose to call on someone who hasn't, and that's just good teaching, right? If you feel a topic or section should move, if we feel a topic or should move forward and you're the presenter, we're just going to do a T from the back. All right, just to kind of silently first give you that heads up. If you don't notice, we'll say something. We'd like to be able to do that non-verbally. And I think that is all I need to say about facilitation. We won't repeat that information. We'll do a quick brush up, but we won't repeat it in detail. Questions about that? Then let's get started.
Thank you.
Overview of the city council, please.
Who will be first to get the dreaded T? Nice to see Fred stand up with his little note paper rather than have Stacy Salzberg hit the button and sound the alarm. Scarlet T. Morning again, everybody. Is this thing touchy? Probably is. Sorry for the PowerPoint. It's not a long PowerPoint, and it is one intended to bring about some discussion. Those who are able to keep an eye on the screen, and if anybody raises their hand, please let me know or just interrupt Heidi Hansen as you always do. We'll take questions on the fly.
Saying nothing.
As we talk about the city council, generally, good morning, Nicole. We think of council in the realm of policy making, policy makers, and you fit neatly into that sphere. When we think about the rest of the organization, at least the administrative part of the organization, the administrative sphere. The dichotomy is depicted here and is one that is very, very old, stemming back a long ways, going all the way back to the time of Woodrow Wilson and the advent of public management, well over 100 years ago. But the model has never really had application in its true sense. Really, what we see is something more akin to this, where there is a blending between policymaking, administration. And I think we can certainly add legal sphere into that. Legal involved in just about all of our discussions, and it's very hard to imagine any topic on anything that does not have some sort of legal ramifications or applications. So those three spheres, I think that Venn diagram kind of sort of works to depict how we function. The lines are a little bit blurred in the middle. There are obviously areas where the spheres do apply separately, and we'll talk more about that. But generally speaking, we tend to operate in the middle. However, you know, the Venn diagram doesn't do justice in terms of really depicting the proportionality of the organization and our elected body and how things really look in that regard. I think if you were to somehow make this a bit more proportional, and this is by no means exact or even approximate, but it would start looking something more like this, where we have a very small elected body. That's our mayor, vice mayor, and council, 7 people. And then we have our legal division. And how many attorneys do you have in your team, Sterling? 11. Yep. And then we have the big administrative body, which right now comprises of 13 divisions. Back up here for the benefit of the new council members. In addition to the 13 divisions, we have legal as our 14th, we have municipal court as our 15th, and the manager's office as the 16th. But really 13 divisions that fall under the umbrella of administration. And the body of our organization in total, including all the divisions, about 960, give or take, full-time employees. So a pretty big organization. Last year's budget, about $550 million. The model also is a little bit revised to reflect something that I think is very important here, and that is that things are never static. There's flux, there's movement, especially in the administrative body. And this graphic is courtesy of CJ. Thank you, CJ, for allowing me the liberty of doing something that involves movement in a PowerPoint, which violates a lot of rules with IT, but it's important because what it depicts is motion. Things are always moving in the administrative realm in terms of integrating with policy and integrating with our legal division. The topics change. We get to see this every Tuesday, generally at the council meetings, an array of topics that basically cover the spectrum of the organization. It's rotating all the time. Different topics come to the dais and we chat about them. And there we have integration of council, generally as policymakers, but we're going to talk more about council's role in just a second, and legal. And this constant movement is alive and illustrated again every Tuesday at the council meetings. It is always in flux. If you think about it, and if you think about our organization trying to be in lockstep with a changing community, this model would depict that. Our community is constantly changing. The issues we're dealing with now do not look a lot alike what they might have looked 20 years ago, 30 years ago. Some, yes, many, no. So always changing. And here are some takeaways from that. There is no dichotomy. There is no separation of spheres. Always keep that diagram in mind, council and staff, as we go through these processes, policy making and other processes, that there are many times where the lines overlap. There is a rule of law that is foundational to pretty much all that we do. So legal always has a seat at the table. And it's not just for legal input. We had a meeting late yesterday. We were talking about this. Our attorneys are also quite adept at providing advisements that may go beyond the legal arena. It may be political or budgetary or administrative, but they bring to the table a lot of background, a lot of wealth of experience. And so we always like to have their perspective. There is necessary overlap of the spheres. We talked about that. Even with some overlap, there is need for separation. Let me give some brief examples to illustrate. In the legal sphere, we do not at all engage with the attorneys on their legal interpretations of laws or case law or litigation stuff. We get updates every now and then, but by and large, they operate in that sphere and we do not. Legal sphere. Counsel, in a true policymaking function, sometimes may embark upon discussions that might be outside of the administrative sphere entirely. Political statements come to mind, and we've had a few of them over the years. And we don't need to talk about them other than to mention that they do occur with some regularity, not frequently. Because in management, we operate under code of ethics, as do the attorneys do, as do many of our professionals in the organization. Ethics that the managers, the deputies, myself adhere to, do not allow us to engage in political activity. Expressly, the code of ethics expressly prohibit that. So I'm always quick to advise counsel when I feel like there's one of these discussions on the horizon. You're on your own. We're not going to be of assistance administratively on that. It's not because we don't want to or we don't have interest in it. It's because we don't engage in political activity because of the ethics we adhere to. So there is a reason for it. So that is one example in the policymaking sphere where counsel does by and large operate on its own. In the administrative sphere, a good example would be hirings, personnel matters, things of that sort. Counsel stays out of that sphere for good reason. So there are many examples. Those are just a few. There are many examples where it's evident that we do operate in the middle. The budget, which is this process starting now and going for the next few months, is a really good example of that. As the model depicted, it's not static, it's always in flux, and counsel does more to set policy. I want to briefly get into some counsel roles here that I lifted from a very nice publication. This is referred to as Public Management. This is a good read. And there was a recent article about counsel-manager relations, and I found some language in here very helpful. I also want to note at the top of this read here is, it takes 105 years. Pretty remarkable when you think that public management has been around for 105 years, but it has. So many of the things we're talking about have a lot of history to them. What are counsel roles when we're outside of just policy making? There are other things that counsel does. Number one, strategic visioning. Counsel is quite active in that. There are plenty of examples, but I just jotted a few down here as I was reading this. But the strategic visioning role focuses on decisions that could have a significant impact on the community, both long and short term. What are some examples? A lot of discussion of late at the dais about downtown enhancement. It's a really good example. You had the downtown vision plan a couple of years back. Another example would be all the efforts to establish better connections with our neighborhoods, Southside neighborhood, Sunnyside, Vieja. Strategic visioning. Constituent advocate. Counsel is a representative of citizenry who elects you. And frequently, you find yourself in the role of advocating for things that you're hearing from your citizenry. Does anything come to mind as a recent example of this? Think bulky trash. And I'm sorry to raise a topic that's kind of fresh in everybody's mind, but it's a perfect example of where counsel functioning in a representative constituent advocacy role. Counsel has heard from citizens on this and is advancing many of those comments to the dais. Well within your purview as a constituent advocate, a trustee steward role involves listening to and respecting constituent views. We're responsible to the community as a whole, future residents, of course, but at times may make uncomfortable decisions that may run counter to constituent wishes. It is in the best interest of the community. Think back a year ago on the water rates study. A lot of concern, a lot of pushback, very touchy subject, very important to the community, certainly important to our water utility. Tough decisions. And that came to council. And council, you were acting very much in the trustee steward capacity during that. Community builder, and I'm not necessarily going in order here, but this is an interesting one. The elected officials frequently focus on relationships and consensus building with the community. Some examples, and these generally run the gamut, but some examples just to get you thinking about this. We are currently embarking upon the ICCC facility, Indigenous Cultural Community Center. Hope I got that right. Very important project, building relationships with our Indigenous, our tribal neighbors, Indigenous residents. The Joe Montalvo project in Sunnyside, a similar comment. Back a few years, the Lived Black Experience endeavor, which is still happening. Council is quite engaged in that, and it continues to be an important component of community building. The list goes on and on. Council also functions as a decision maker in many topics. Sometimes they are sparky discussions, sometimes it's not so difficult. Liquor licenses, you know, decisions like that might seem somewhat ministerial at times, but every now and then you are faced with some decisions that just aren't very pleasant. Or does anything come to mind? Think or noise.
I can think of many things.
Okay. Or noise comes. And council has made a couple of decisions on that, and we're not done with that discussion yet. And I know you and I have had discussions, Mayor, about how unfun it is to have to deal with that, but it is critically important. Council does function as decision maker. Lastly is the one called oversight, and this one does not warrant a lot of discussion here, but council does function in this role from time to time. Oversight in terms of oversight of the administration, in terms of oversight of the city manager. 3 direct reports to the council. Sterling is one of those as your city attorney, myself as another as your city manager, and the municipal judge. 3 direct reports. But it's the city manager's role that encompasses the entirety of the administration, most of it as depicted in that Venn diagram, that every now and then takes up council's discussion. The obvious instances of that would be recruitment, hiring city managers, big process, very important process. But what if things aren't going well? What if things are not going well, and what happens? I'm happy to say we haven't been in that realm for some time in Flagstaff, but I want to tell you with all sincerity, it happens a lot throughout municipalities. Councils and managers may have some differences or maybe issues that arise. Who knows? It can be just about anything. But there are times where council needs to occupy that role as oversight a little bit more than it would otherwise like to do. And that does happen. It's nice that we are not in that realm very often, because that enables council to function in all these other capacities. And we want to try to do our best to keep it that way, because it's important that you're able to function in all those other capacities. Questions on this? I thought it was a good read and a good illustration of all the things that council does. So if you think about council's roles, think of this. As we think about the role of the city manager, think of that model that I just showed, that I also listed here. There is a dance that managers must do with their elected officials as they navigate the curved and blurry line between politics and administration. But the symbiotic relationship is built on the foundational premise that management is in a supporting role. I serve at the pleasure of the council, and every manager you ever have will serve at the pleasure of the council. And the managers that you have had have served at the pleasure of the council. We are in a supportive role. We are leaders, yes. We lead in the organization. It's a little bit more inward. We are here to support. Also, it's very important to be reminded of that from time to time. What about staff? Staff is responsible for implementing policies set by council, performing administrative tasks, providing analysis and data to inform the policymakers, delivering services to the citizens at the operational level, overseeing programs and projects, and keeping the community informed and engaged. That might be a little bit of an oversimplification. Staff does a lot of things, but if you were to distill it to one long sentence, it would read like that. And these are the takeaways: policy execution, implementation, administrative tasks, data analysis, public service delivery, project and program development, community outreach. I'm going to pause here and just invite any comments or questions about the role of staff, and then we're going to start talking about how we communicate with each other as between council and staff. It all pretty straightforward. Is there anything here that's bringing about questions or commentary? I'm going to back up. I deliberately used the term inform the policymakers. We provide information to policymakers. Council, we're here to inform you every week on the decisions you make. We labor hard to do that. A lot of effort crosses the entire organization to put your package together to enable you to make good decisions. Sometimes we don't get it all right the first time. We go back and we revisit it. Sometimes things are continued. Sometimes there's a request for more information, but we're here to inform. We are not here, staff is not here to advocate. That is probably the line back in that blurry diagram, the line that doesn't get crossed or should not be crossed. Is that of information versus advocacy. If we ever find ourselves straying into the world of advocacy, we're crossing that line. We're going a little bit too far. You have plenty of people, council, to advocate to you on what they think you should be doing. You have interest groups, you have advocacy groups, you have neighborhood groups, you have citizens, all of the above. Staff's role is to not do that, but to give you good information on which you make your very important decisions, to stay out of the world of advocacy. Underline what we do, and this is right out of our strategic plan, and these are the very things that we will be recognizing next week with our employees when we do the Excellence Awards. Accountability, knowledge, teamwork, communication, leadership. These are the attributes that we bring together to the table each and every day as we strive to function in these capacities, policy execution, administrative tasks, and so forth. Now, and this is where I'm hoping we can have a little bit of discussion. Fred, how am I doing time-wise? Okay. Thanks, Fred. That was really nice. Engagement with staff, tying it all together. What I'm going to go through here is a reflection of how we've been functioning here in this organization for some time. But I want to impress upon you, it may change. There are management philosophies that underlie this, and they may change over time. But the philosophy that we adhere to is one of a little bit more openness and a little bit more dialogue with less boundaries or safeguards or guardrails. So council is free to meet with staff for information. You're free to do it. You can get on the phone, email, walk the halls, find whoever it is you're looking for, and have that conversation. Ask, a matter of courtesy, that you let us know what it is like to do, you can let either Shannon or Joanne or myself know, management. But we're not a filter. We're not a conduit. You're free to have those communications. Give us a heads up if you think about it. Most times that could be just copying us on an email. Sometimes we can help orchestrate the meeting as well. We don't have to be at the table. What we ask is that you please avoid topics or discussions that may allocate resources or delegate tasks. Now, that's a blurry line, and we don't have, very firm guardrails in place on that. But we try to draw a line there that says, if what you're asking for is going to result in a significant amount of work, and always look at it in terms of budget, because staff time is dollars. Dollars is tax revenues. Citizens pay our taxes. So anytime there's a delegation of a task, there is a consequence in terms of who's paying for it. And that should always be in the back of your mind. Understand the separation of roles that I did mention, but again, understanding that there is a lot of interplay between them. And as you will be hearing later today, always be mindful of open meetings law and the need for transparency. So while you're out there gathering your information, asking your questions, bear in mind that the public very much may have an interest in the discussion that you're having with staff. That doesn't mean you shouldn't do it, but it might mean if it's an in-depth enough discussion, it may be better suited for the dais at some point. But there's a lot of things that can be addressed and information that can be exchanged outside of council meetings that actually can enable us to be very efficient at the council meetings. Minutia and things that do not rise to the level of having to occupy time at the council meeting is a really good example. Dr. Spence was asking me yesterday about urban growth boundaries. I directed you to the person who you met with, Sarah Dector, to get information about urban growth boundaries. All good. That's time not spent at the dais talking about that, although I know that discussion's coming your way eventually. But it's a really good example of getting information on the fly like that. That is engagement with staff. Yes, please.
Yes. The allocation of resources, could you give a better example?
Better
I'm
example.
A little clear on that.
Yeah. Say you wanted some data. Councilmember Matthews is spending some time looking at the 5-year plan for solid waste, our solid waste utility. Say she gets into that plan and needs some data that isn't there, but might help better inform the discussion. And say, this is all hypothetical, say that that data may involve a chunk of work. It kind of depends. If it's not a big deal and somebody can generate that data in short order, go for it. If it's research that might involve significant time, that might warrant a little bit of discussion. Might not have been a great example, but
that's a perfect example. Thank you.
Yeah, all right. Engagement by staff. Staff is likewise free to meet with council members at any time to share information. Encourage it. Now, it's going to vary from one staff person to the next, how comfortable they are doing that, but we do encourage it. And we ask that we get notified as a matter of courtesy in the management team. But we do encourage this. And in fact, it does occur every week at the council meetings and work sessions. Council will see this. We have broad participation across the organization on the various presentations that come to council. You won't see the same speaker week in and week out. You see an array of people, very talented professional people who are presenting to you on a myriad of topics. We emphasize broad participation in the presentations. We also do a lot in terms of the division updates. You're going to start seeing those now on a regular basis. The city manager reports, all of those things are predicated upon engagement by staff to council. And then, of course, the community and intergovernmental functions always happening. I had one of those yesterday. Today's Thursday. Yesterday, we had the huddle with the county yesterday morning. Talked about fire and fire preparedness and some other things related, forest health. And we had a lot of experts in the room, fire, water services, so forth. A good engagement. Things to keep in mind. These are important. This is all important, but some takeaways I'd like for you to keep in mind. Accountability for staff. If there are complaints or concerns regarding staff, they come our way. They come to my desk particularly. And it doesn't happen a lot, but when there are concerns, that's my business and it needs to come to me. You should not be in the uncomfortable position of having to articulate your concerns or issues, the staff person. You should have a high level of comfort in having to sit down with me and going through those things. And I am entirely receptive all the time to any concerns that you may have. If there are compliments or positive outcomes or accolades, feel free to share those with whoever you want. Those are fair game. So don't hesitate to give somebody that proverbial pat on the back and compliment them. They will like to hear it, I promise you. Transparency by staff. We try on this, but we don't always succeed, but we do try. Through our updates and newsletters, websites, social media, presentations to council, we strive for transparency. And there is such a community appetite for transparency that we're just trying to live to that expectation and function to it. And we certainly embrace it. But trust me, it is always a work in progress because there is a heck of a lot of information. These days, there's a heck of a lot of misinformation. I can't impress upon you enough how much resources and time we consume correcting misinformation that's out there in the world. Operational challenges do arise. We do strive for transparency to our elected body and citizenry when there are resulting impacts to services or programs. Again, you know, the bulky waste thing is just a recent example of this, but there are many, many examples where it occurs. Comments or questions? Quiet group today. My last frame. These are some, I'm straying here. I'm straying into a topic that others are going to be speaking to in more detail today about council protocol, rules and procedures. You do have rules and procedures that you have promulgated, meeting decorum and those things. From the seat that I occupy, which is a front seat at the council meetings, I get to watch you every Tuesday. These are my suggested takeaways, reminders. You are every Tuesday at the dais, and thanks to IT, the technology is dialed in. You are in front of a camera and microphone. Whatever you say is memorialized, perpetuity and perpetuity of time. You are streaming, meaning you're going out to the universe. Whoever wants to be online watching you anywhere in the world can do so. That's not intended to jolt you or scare you, but to remind you that it's what you say is on record and what you say is being disseminated to who knows where. Our streaming records are perpetual. Because of that, free-flowing discussions and editorials are best saved for other forums. Council meetings on Tuesday, not a good forum for free-flowing thought and dialogue. You need to be a little careful and a little bit precise with what you want to say, bearing in mind that very first bullet point. Others will talk to this at more length, but I will share with you in my experience as a city manager, I have seen instances where this becomes an issue with council. Being a little bit too liberal in front of that microphone, saying something that might be misinterpreted or perhaps perceived to be damaging to another party out there could be an invitation for a legal challenge, a lawsuit. It happens. I'm not stealing your thunder, Sterling.
Oh, you're not.
Large agendas will necessitate efficient meetings. We struggle with agendas every week. Stacy is a mastermind on this, but the leadership team and the extended leadership team, we meet every week, every Monday morning. And we talk about every week, and that is your agendas. A lot of brain power goes into these agendas, a lot of preparation. Underlying it all is our attempt to try to not overwhelm you with a long, complicated agenda and to not underwhelm you with a short agenda. You're thinking, okay, what's next? But we don't always get that right. And we can't always predict where the conversations will occur and where the interests will lie, or who will come through the door and speak at the podium on topics. Sometimes things just kind of happen at the dais. But if we can script it and predict it accurately, you know, we would make your agendas manageable each week. Your thought generally erodes after a few hours. So we start our council meetings at 3 o'clock. The mayor is usually pretty good about taking a break around 5 or 6 if we're going that late. When we start hitting 7 o'clock, 8 o'clock, just listen to the dialogue in the room and see it or hear it firsthand. Clear thought erodes because we're not sharp after a few hours. And these council meetings can be intense and all focus is on the topic at hand. You can't just go into cruise control and get through the agenda. No, you have to listen, you have to pay attention. So it is draining. It's draining mentally on all of us because of the content of what you're dealing with. Just keep that in mind. Council does have a rule. Others will speak to it, but there is like this, what is it, a 9 o'clock rule, 9:30 rule? Yeah, there is a cutoff, but it's at your discretion if you want to implement it. We sometimes hit that cutoff, and I can tell you after, especially if there's an executive session preceding council and then a start at 3 o'clock and then we go to 9:30, half of us, most of us are brain dead at that time. It's a good time to think about continuing to discuss the discussion another day. Lastly, you do not have to engage on every topic. The agendas are packed full of content. Some things will be of interest to you, some things may not be. Some things will be ministerial, some things will be, okay, of the nature where everybody should be weighing in on that, the important policy discussions. But so much comes your way. The liquor license hearings may not garner a lot of attention, and they don't have to. You should be able to fly through those if there are no discussions to be had. So this is on you, council, to figure it out. Some council members like to engage frequently. Some council members are more comfortable not engaging until absolutely needed, and everything in between. It's a personal thing, you know, whatever your comfort is and however engaging you want to be. Just bear in mind this important topic or rule, which is you do not have to engage on every topic. It's totally fine sometimes to just sit and listen and let the conversations hold. Brevity is the soul of wit. And we will get through council meetings, you know, sometimes more expeditiously if we can be mindful of the amount of comments being shared. We do not want to stifle good conversation or good dialogue or important perspectives. So somewhere in there is a balance. Yes, Joanne, thanks for saving me.
I was gonna pull you off. No, I was just gonna mention, you know, as far for the agenda, if you do have questions on an item, I know staff are always available to sit down or have a conversation about what's on the agenda, and we prefer that. But even if you want to have that discussion on the dais, I think just, you know, kind of a heads up before the council meets that, you know, I have a question on this item. I think we just really appreciate it, staff. So I just wanted to add that, Greg.
Thank you. Very good point.
And I just stole Stacy's thunder. I'm sorry. So
I will.
It's worth repeating.
Just to add, I've been in jurisdictions where the agenda wasn't published until the day before. And that didn't really give council members an opportunity to digest everything that's going to be discussed. And so legal questions would pop up in those meetings at the last minute. Anything that you have from a legal perspective, feel free to call me or my staff. Put an executive session on Monday. If the agenda goes out Friday, notice. And it's much better to put it on than to go up into executive session during the meeting. So it's there as the catch-all, but anyway.
Thanks, Sterling. Other questions or comments? And comments by staff are indeed welcome here, because we're talking a lot about staff as well as council. Very important role that we share. Everybody had enough caffeine today.
There's lots of coffee out in the kitchen. Feel free.
Quick wit to describe brevity. Oh, I was just hoping you could just.
I like bringing this up because sometimes brevity is full of wit.
That's right.
Yeah,
I understand the top.
All the time.
Hope you give me a finger.
Many of us have not mastered that, but it's good to be reminded of it.
The character only said that after a long preamble.
Yeah.
Polonius went on, and then he said, "Oh, by the way."
Oh, you got it.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay, I'm looking at Fred and team. Are we doing good time-wise? Are we ready to pass it on? Have I gone over my time limitation?
Your session goes till 10:30.
See, Stacy?
I thought you would.
I'm going to ask you very hard questions. Thank you all.
All right, so I got to talk to you a little bit about the fun stuff, if you will, that you do of council, decisions, kind of being out and engaging. I get to be the one that talks to you about all the rules if you have to look at it. So maybe not as fun and exciting, but hopefully these will help guide you as you move through your time council. So the city charter, which we're going to talk about later this afternoon, requires that the city council determine its own rules and procedures. And this is meant to guide you in your expectations about how you will all work together, how your meetings will be conducted, and those day-to-day pieces to help have something that you can refer back to show consistency in your actions and in your operations. The council is able to request changes at any time to this document or rules. These are things that you are agreeing to. They can be changed at any time at your pleasure. It's not uncommon too for staff to come forward with some suggested changes. We may see things over time that we recognize maybe either need to be really hard established in your rules, or that maybe just needs to have some finessing or some changes. And what we will do is we will come to you and have that discussion, and we'll explain some of our reasoning or kind of thought process behind that. But ultimately, you would be the ones to decide whether or not we advance with those particular changes. We last made updates to our rules of procedure in November of 2021. It is also not unusual for us to kind of revisit these rules as we have new council members come to the table. Because again, thought processes, ideas as to how things should be run can change as we bring new people on. I did attach a copy of the rules of procedure to your agendas, so they're available to you there electronically. They're also posted on our website, so it's a place for you to go, but it is also an opportunity for the public to come in and look at what those rules are and how you guys tend to govern yourselves internally. And then, of course, we can always provide a printed copy if that's something that you're interested to have to reference. So within your rules of procedure, there are a lot of different things that it covers. So this slide is certainly not comprehensive of all the things that are captured in that document of your rules. But these are some of the primary components that you see us reference to most often.
The rules establish when you will hold your meetings, how your agendas are structured, and how your meetings are conducted. It's spelled out very clearly within these rules how we're going to move through a council meeting. The rules also define our future agenda item requests or FAIR process, as well as how citizen petitions are considered by the council. Much of what you will see in your rules of procedure also marry up nicely with things that are in our charter. So we use these two documents to try to support and basically support each other, making sure that we're working within all of the confines. There are also rules that define proper order as well as decorum. We talk about decorum, that applies not only to you as council, but other, also provides guidance and rules for staff to follow as far as decorum during meetings is concerned. And it also lays out rules for our public and how they are expected to conduct themselves during a meeting and how they can engage with the council while they're there. The rules also, and I really like to point this out because I think it can really help you as council members navigate the strange process sometimes with motions and votes. Usually it's pretty straightforward. You have a motion to approve or deny, but sometimes it can get a little sticky, a little wishy-washy. Rules of procedure actually have a section within it that it's very specifically how to make certain types of motions. So we have things like how to amend a motion, how to perhaps reconsider something, and how do we maybe postpone an item? Maybe you're not ready to take action on something and you want to push it out to a later period of time. There are things within that rules of procedure that will help you actually formulate those motions so you don't feel like you're up there kind of bumbling through. Now, that said, Sterling and I are always there to help kind of move you through that, make sure that we're following those kind of rules of order appropriately. So you may hear us speak up from time to time, but I really encourage you to look at those because I do think that it will help you get familiar with how some of the operations will work in terms of making those decisions. The rules of procedure are quite specific, frankly. And you will often hear probably more so from Sterling than from me, but we will often refer to them when we get questions related to process. How do we do this? What happens if so-and-so does this? How do we engage with the public? And so we will first look at the rules of procedure to see if there is guidance within there, and we'll share that. And then again, that usually can generate some conversation as to maybe there needs to be some changes within the rules to accommodate those types of things. That all said, there are times when sometimes the rules of procedure might need to be suspended. A great example of that is when we were in the throes of all the chaos, the pandemic. We very quickly had to shift our entire operations and how we were conducting them. And with that shift, it didn't necessarily lend itself well to how we were currently running meetings at that time. And so council took formal action to suspend a few of our rules within the rules of procedure to allow staff some flexibility on meeting times, on how our agendas were ordered, to make the council successful during that time, but to also just navigate the weird environment that we were in. So it's a great example of why and when you might look to suspend some of those rules. Another example might be during a public hearing. We have very specific rules within our rules of procedure on how a public hearing is supposed to be held. Sometimes to kind of navigate through that a little bit, maybe less rigid. And so there can be a motion to suspend a rule to allow for that kind of more engaged dialogue. If you ever have questions about that sort of thing, again, feel free to talk with Sterling or myself, and we can help kind of give some direction and guidance on if it would be appropriate and how that might look and how we can move forward. Some of this has already kind of been touched on, but I want to kind of just provide a little bit of context on what you would see within your rules of procedure. We have 3 types of council meetings primarily. We have your regular city council meetings, which do occur on the first and third Tuesday of each. Council meetings are the meetings in which you will take formal action. You will have motions, you will have votes, you will have decisions that are being made that all happen within your regular city council meetings. So that's typically when you see the larger packets come and that provide a lot of that background information to help guide you in formulating those decisions. Work sessions are the second type of meeting we have, and those are the second and fourth Tuesday of each month. And work sessions are designed to be discussion focused, to be information sharing between staff and council and vice versa. And it's an opportunity for staff to seek guidance from the council on how they want us to bring forward maybe big decisions that are coming. A great example, I think, was our water rates. Recently, we had a series of work sessions that was really a lot of dialogue, information sharing, discussing, and council was giving staff guidance and direction during those work sessions on how they wanted us to proceed with development of those water rates. So again, it's just a great opportunity for us as staff to have that dialogue with you as council and see where you want us to go with certain things. And then the third meeting type is the executive session. These meetings are held on an as-needed basis. And that request for an executive session typically comes from our legal department. There are a few exceptions to that, but really requests will come from Shirley and his team. Unlike a work session or a regular council meeting, executive sessions are closed. They are entirely confidential. You're allowed to convene into executive session for 9 specific reasons, and that is the only reasons, those 9 reasons are the only reasons, I'm using that word a lot, to go into an executive session. I'm not going to tell you what all 9 are, it kind of runs a bit of a range, but the ones that you will see most frequently are for legal advice, negotiations, and contract negotiations. Again, those aren't the only ones you're going to see, but those are pretty frequent items that we bring forward for an executive session discussion. Sterling, feel free to pop in at any time, please.
Months have 5 Tuesdays.
Some months have 5 Tuesdays. We do not meet on the 5th Tuesday. And actually, thank you for bringing that up. That is an area of our rules of procedure that staff has identified is ripe for kind of making an amendment, making some changes within there.
You mean
Remember the history of Tuesday?
Say
Sorry to interrupt. What is the recommended change?
that we formalize that we don't meet on the 5th Tuesday.
Thank you.
Correct. Sorry, could you repeat your question?
History of 5th Tuesdays? Over time.
So with the 5th Tuesdays, and I'm probably gonna mess this up just ever so slightly. When there was a month with 5 Tuesdays, we would rearrange the month so that we would have a special work session on the 4th Tuesday, and then another work session, a regular work session on the 5th Tuesday. And so it got a little complicated in how we were formulating our agendas. In addition to that, we were also finding that we were coming to the council with very heavy work session agendas a 5th time in a month. And while that may be necessary, if there are things going on, I think it allows you the opportunity to kind of compress a little bit from all of the information that's coming forward to you. And it also kind of gives that opportunity to staff as well and to maintain the current.
I think it gives you a break from us. But there was a time too when we had a roving meeting. We met at different facilities. This was before COVID. And I think it turned out it proved to be very burdensome to set up IT and get everything going. But it was kind of nice to get out in the public in different venues to provide easier access for public participation in different parts of town. It was kind of a nice idea.
Absolutely. And to be be open, yeah, it was very difficult to meet out in a variety of places. I can remember a time when we were meeting at Flag High, when we were meeting at some of our rec centers, and there was a lot of logistics that went into that and a lot of cost, frankly. That said, post-COVID, our IT department has done a phenomenal job in equipping some of our outlying facilities to hopefully maybe facilitate that. This is a great example. Pre-COVID, we would have had to bring in a sound guy to have sound set up so that we were recording appropriately and that messaging was being shared. We could not live stream remote meetings, which was also a bit of a challenge for our public. So it's definitely a conversation that we can have in the future. There's a lot that goes into that, but there is quite a bit of benefit, I think, that goes with that. Just for awareness, our Aquaplex has been upgraded with a lot of features that allow for a remote kind of setting. You'll see that at our next budget retreat. And then you're familiar with, NASET has had some updates to it somewhat to allow a little bit more opportunity to maybe get out. So,
And I've mentioned this before, I'd love for us to meet at the Wildcat facility sometime.
That one might take a little more work.
It's cold right now. Or I'm not talking about Wildcat, am I? I'm talking about the
Rio.
Yeah.
Rio wastewater treatment.
Maybe a little, maybe summertime.
Yeah, it's kind of cool.
Yes.
Just for information only, because I get this question periodically still. Since our meetings start at 3, you do set the agenda to where items that you view to be of more public interest, try to do it to time out to be after 5. People participate, is that correct?
We try to place them later in the agenda, yes. I think a great example of that is just this week when we talked about our bulky trash pickup. We knew that that was something that's of community interest, so we put that later in the agenda. And our intent is to try to make sure that those are later and hopefully folks have a little bit better. I'll talk a little bit here in just a minute about how we've moved into this virtual world. Our streaming is really great. So folks can watch at least online. They can certainly come to a meeting in person, but we also have a component where folks are able to offer public comment in a virtual setting. So it doesn't require them to actually have to come into City Hall and take that time perhaps away physically from, say, a job, or if they've got childcare concerns. It doesn't work for everybody, but we've worked really hard to try to broaden our ability to reach our community where they're at. Great questions, thank you. Greg kind of alluded to this a little bit in talking about our the management of our agendas and their length and how much information and robustness we put into them. To help me manage our calendar, to help me manage your schedules on Tuesday, we keep a working calendar. This calendar is most days updated about hourly, so it is a very living document. This helps me to plan out what's coming before you. You'll see on this screen, this top meeting, it's been noted that it's locked. We get to a certain number of agenda items, especially on work session nights, where we say, okay, we're gonna tap out. We're gonna reach the max capacity. We don't want to be extending beyond that 7, 8 o'clock time frame, and so I shut that meeting down, and folks can't add to it afterwards. Of course, there's always that flexibility. We will never hinder getting timely information and decisions to you, but this is the management tool that we use to make sure that we're bringing things to you in a timely manner. It helps our staff know when they need to have things completed and ready to be published and distributed to you. And it's a good picture for you as council to be able to see what's coming up in the coming weeks. This calendar is sent out to you each Friday or Thursday or Friday with a few months out so you can see what's coming up. We also post this online for our public to see what's kind of moving through the process. We just try to remind folks what you see today may look a little different from what you see next week. We also talked about this a little bit. We have a draft agenda that will come out each week that we have a work session. So this last Tuesday at our work session, there was a portion on that agenda that asked if there was any sort of review of our draft agenda for the next week. And the reason we put together a draft agenda, I think, is really important because it's very important for council to have time to digest all of the information that we're providing you. You have time to review all of those materials. You have time to go through those staff summaries and time to formulate questions. So going to Joanne's comments, we very purposefully do this to allow you the time to come engage with staff. If you have questions, is there information that might be missing? Is there information that you would like to have us add when we come to you with that formal presentation? And we encourage that dialogue, as you just heard. It helps us as staff know what you want to hear, so that when we're coming before you and we're presenting, we are giving you the information that you need to make your decisions. Encourage you to look at those. We encourage you to engage with us. Never hesitate to reach out with questions and concerns. And that also gives us time as staff to redirect if we need to. So full advantage of that draft agenda. Go through it. Not unusual for our draft packets or our council packets to range into the hundreds of pages. I fully believe that each of you is reading all 700 pages of that agenda. But it provides a lot of that background and context information that you can go and refer to if needed.
Stacy.
Yes, please.
On the topic of 700-page agendas, I mean, most of the staff reports, we have an executive summary, correct? And we try to set this up, council, to where you can speed read through these packets and get the information you want and have a good understanding of what's coming your way without having to read 700 pages. So you may want to consider it as a good reference document. We have the short summary, the cliff notes to get you through that. That said, there are some who will take the time to read them and in their entirety. Again, it's a personal preference, but the agendas do get pretty voluminous for the packets.
I think a lot of that too is our desire as staff to make sure, again, that you reference all of the documents that went into our thought process and how we're bringing things forward to you, but that can also help maybe clarify or provide some more in-depth information. Yeah, but our staff summaries, our staff works really hard to make sure that those summaries provide a really robust view of how we got to where we're at, and will also help inform your decisions. So during council meetings, we do invite the public to participate, engage with their elected officials. We want to hear from our public. I think we all know that we're here to do the work of our community and to carry forth the messages that come out of our community. And so we want to provide a forum where they can come in and have time with you, share their thoughts and opinions on things. So our rules of procedure, kind of going back to some of the things that are really codified within that document, have established that the public can speak up to 3 times during a meeting. So that could include the open call to the public. That could also include speaking on items that are on the agenda. But they've been given the opportunity to speak up to 3 times. And their speaking time is limited to 3 minutes. We do this very purposefully to allow as many folks that maybe want to come and comment have time to do so, but it also helps you to run an efficient meeting. There are 2 different types of public participation. The first is our open call to the public. This occurs at the very beginning of a meeting, and there is also an opportunity at the end of the meeting. This allows our public to come and talk about anything that they wish to choose to speak about, as long as it is not on the agenda. So these are things that could just be their personal experiences or things they want to share with council, but they should not relate in any way to an agenda item that we're going to be speaking to. And this is very important to keep in mind because of open meeting law, which we'll get into a little later this afternoon. But we need to be able to give our public notice about what you guys are going to be talking about at a meeting, so that if they feel the need to come in and engage on that topic, they have the ability to do so. Because things during open call to the public are not on that posted agenda, the public doesn't have any idea that we're going to be talking about that. And because of that, council's not able to dialogue back and forth with a commenter. In fact, when that kind of starts to creep up, you'll see Sterling kind of call it the Sterling squirm. But he'll start to insert himself and really remind the council that we really need to stick to items that are on the agenda. But we certainly don't want to hinder their ability to address the council.
Stacy, sorry. Maybe a topic for later, just tell me if it is, but sometimes in these open comment periods, we have no idea what's coming to the podium or online. We had one instance last year where there was some orchestrated hate speech that was very offensive. And I don't know, Sterling, are you going to talk about that in the context of
I
open?
didn't plan on going in depth in that today, but I can right now.
Maybe at a high level?
Not in depth, but at a high level, you bet.
Yeah.
A speech in a public forum, even a limited public forum like the council meeting, it is speech and it's expression. And despite it being hate speech, there's a legal interpretation of that and a public interpretation. Public opinion interpretation of hate speech is you can shut it down. You can't. Legally speaking, the Supreme Court has made no ruling that says hate speech can't happen in a limited public forum like a council meeting. It's unfortunate. You have to grin and bear it, as we found out, and there's no grin involved. It was a very ugly situation, just so people are aware.
Because of that, we changed our rules of procedure to no longer allow online comments for open call to the public.
That is correct.
Thank you.
Yeah.
But if it was a public comment on an agenda item and it was on point and it hate speech, there is a nuance to that is, well, hate speech doesn't have anything to do with if that's it's very nuanced. But just know that it's out there.
Thank you, Sterling.
Well, thanks for bringing it up.
This is a quick question. I know it's on that specific topic and we're talking at a higher level, but since we're on the topic, if that's taking place and it's really offensive, can you just talk over them?
It's very.
Yeah, I think people were ignoring them.
Okay.
Talking over them, I don't know that I would suggest it, even though I'd really want to do it. I'd like to be the loudest voice talking over them. But
Don't let everybody speak.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
And escalated.
And that's the other side of it. It probably is going to ratchet it up.
Oh, got you. Thank you.
You bet.
Thanks, Sterling. One of the other things I wanted to point out about the open call to the public, particularly at the beginning of the meeting, is we do limit that to 30 minutes. Essentially, if everybody's speaking 3 minutes, 10 speakers. And then we ask anybody that might be remaining to offer their comments at the second open call to the public at the end of the meeting. Again, this is in an effort to run our meetings efficiently. We have a lot of business that we have to get to. And if we are hit with a number of people that come in and want to speak on things that are not on our agenda, we wanted to have a way that we could manage that a bit effectively. So that came from our mayor, and at least me personally felt that that was an adjustment to make sure that we're getting to the business.
That's not rules of procedure.
No, it is one of the things that I have on my list to discuss as part of those amendments that we need to bring forward. When you see some of those staff pieces, I try to kind of clump them all together. Sometimes we want to see how it works before we decide to codify it. And so, yes, it is on my list to bring back for discussion. All right, the second type of public participation is public comment. These are the speakers that are there to address the council on items that are on the agenda. Again, everything is the same. They get 3 minutes to speak unless there is a concession made, which there are abilities to do that, particularly if there are multiple people there and have kind of elected a spokesperson to speak on their behalf. They can be allotted a little more time. Because we know you're taking, 10 or 15 people off of the speaker list for one. And we really try to make the ability to speak and to engage with council easy for our public. The thing that is a little bit different with public comments, so they're talking about agenda items, is you as council are able to dialogue with that. You can ask them questions, you can ask for clarifications, and you can have that open dialogue because it is very directly related to the agenda item in which you're considering at that time. So that is a really distinct difference between that open call and that public comment.
The 10 minutes for several speakers, for someone to be the representative, is also at the mayor's discretion. So sometimes people will think that they're guaranteed that 10 minutes or 15 minutes.
Up to 15.
Up to 15 minutes. But they're not. And it really depends on what else is going on in the meeting and how much time I'll allot. And Sterling, the reason why it's so important to keep everyone to 3 minutes is?
Do it for one, you do it. Wish you there, let one continue on and continue on. Anybody else can say, I get to continue on. Mayor and I had that conversation, and that's why she asked.
And also our rules of procedure say up to 3 minutes. So there, I've never shortened that time, but it could be shortened. Say you've got 1 minute.
Yeah. I'm just wondering, I didn't ask you that when we had the conversation.
Probably not. I enjoy and welcome public comment. And so I'm not, it's not really in my nature to limit it unless it's egregiously over the line.
Question?
Oh, please, yes.
On the second open call to the public, are we considering a 30-minute cumulative time limit on that one as well?
It's not been something that the mayor had entertained. I think the idea was we want everybody who wants to address the council to have the opportunity to do so. So if we limit at the front of the meeting, we don't, again, correct me if I'm wrong, Mayor, we don't want to limit at the end of, again, because we want to ensure that our public knows that they can address the council.
That was just to be able to get to the meeting business. Yeah, that first one. But yeah, the second one was free game.
Sometimes we have consultants who are waiting to speak or people who have come from out of town. And it really became apparent that we needed to limit the open call to the public in the beginning so that we could get through that business and allow those people to get on with their dates.
Right, I'm almost done, I promise. I've touched on this a little bit, but I wanted to call it out specifically. So one of the good things that came out of the pandemic was the establishment of hybrid meetings. Huge shout out to our IT division, who very quickly implemented a variety of tools, not only to navigate through the pandemic, but as time went on to increase that access to our public meetings. Another shout out, just because I have the time, to our budget team and to you, council, for allowing the funding that we needed in order to make these improvements. We now can hold all of our meetings with a virtual option for staff, council, consultants, for the public. That's huge. And I think it offers a level of flexibility and it provides a level of access that didn't exist before. We also have that virtual option for the public to offer their public comments on agenda items. That's the table in the back that you've gotten familiar with Annie sitting back there, but it allows them to engage that way without having to physically be in the meeting. We also live stream and record all of our meetings on YouTube. So going back to Greg's comments earlier, these meetings are open, they are accessible, they are viewable, they can refer back to it at any time. And again, it's all in that effort of transparency and openness in government. So this meeting is being streamed. It's quite nice. And it's certainly something that our public has come to expect. The last thing I wanted to cover today, especially in context of our rules of procedure, and because we're heading quickly into our new legislative session, is meetings with our various state and federal representatives or other dignitaries that we may have coming through Flagstaff or inviting us to engage with. So there have been some rules established, and these are in your rules of procedure on how these types of meetings should be carried out. First of which is that we want to have at least two members of council participate in these meetings. It provides good representation of the council. It provides some assurance that there's a good range of thought. And I think it's a good mechanism for you as council to be there with your colleagues to share all the good work that you're doing. More often than not, the mayor is one of those two, as she is kind of the head of she's the spokesperson of the council. She's the head of our city government. So she's usually in attendance at most of these meetings. So it will usually be her and one or two other council members that attend with her. She's really good about, if she's not able, to delegate that to others. A rotation, or let me back up just a moment. The other component is for our federal lobbying trips in DC. And then we also do state lobbying trips down in Phoenix. And that is, it holds the same piece that we want at least two members of council, but our planning efforts include the mayor and two. We do have a rotation that's been established. We want you all to have the opportunity to meet with our representatives, to meet with the various dignitaries. And so we've developed a rotation for the federal and state lobbying trips. So these are the bigger trips. And then we have a separate rotation established for kind of those one-off meetings, those requests that we might get to come in, or if we need to be meeting with any of our delegation to discuss various projects. Again, I say that because we want you all to feel like you have an opportunity to engage and to participate in those meetings, but we also want to kind of provide some consistency there so you kind of know what's coming. I do want to caveat that a little bit because there can be deviations from that rotation. That can happen for a variety of reasons, some of which would be if you have somebody that reaches out to you directly and says, I'd really like to meet with you specifically, we don't want to step in the way of that process. We do ask that you bring somebody along with you. Again, it goes back to that ensuring that we're working as a group, we're working as a team, and we're representing the city collectively. But we as staff will not intervene if you have a direct invite. The other time that you might see a deviation from that rotation is if we've had a council member who perhaps has had long time involvement with projects, who has that institutional knowledge, experience, and history. We have something forward that is focused on that particular topic. We will often reach out to that council member to say, hey, we really think that you have the knowledge, the history, the experience to engage in those conversations. And so that might be a time when when there is that deviation. Again, we will ask others to attend with you, but it might stray from that rotation. Yeah.
I think it might be good to tell folks that sometimes can happen while council's on break if we have an emergency that comes up during the summer. So that's, I think, a good example to share in that deviation.
That is 100% correct. And sometimes these things move really quickly and there's not a lot of time. So if you are next in the rotation and you just can't fit it into your schedule, you don't lose your place, but we'll move on to the next person and come back to you with a different opportunity. All right. And I think that is my last slide. I think I hit the time pretty good. Yes, please.
In the city charter, I'd just like to read a paragraph and ask a question. Section 14, Rules of Procedure Journal. The council shall determine its own rules and order of business subject to the provisions of this charter. It shall keep a journal of its proceedings, and the journal will be open to public inspection. My question is, format, do we have the journal, and what is the format?
So I think there's two responses to that. The first is I do keep, as far as I've been here, prior copies of our rules of procedure. So you can kind of see the progression over time, the changes. When we talk about our meetings and keeping a journal, I think that might reference like our minutes of our meetings and how those meetings are conducted, what the outcomes of those meetings were. Those are all, we take minutes for all of the meetings, including retreats. We keep them forever. They have a permanent retention. We've digitized them all so that if we ever get a request, and we do, from the public, that they have access to those at any time.
You're also,
Yes, thank you.
you can also search minutes for terms. Like if you're looking for something specifically, it's on the same page where you see the agendas, but it's at the bottom, and you just like carbon neutrality plan, and it will pull up all of the minutes where carbon neutrality plan was talked about.
And to be open and transparent, there's a bit of a backlog on our minutes. If you can imagine, we meet every week, multiple hours. It takes some time to convert the meeting minutes. So if you ever have a question, if you ever are looking for something, do not hesitate to reach out to my office. Any one of us can help get you what you're looking for, and the same is for our public as well. So we will always have them available for inspection at any time.
Thank you.
Did I see another hand over here?
Just want to make a comment on the slide, because I mean, these meetings are just so important, and they're so important for our organization. I think the one thing I would say is that when you are in these meetings, staff do a really good job of trying to help prepare you for those meetings. So I know we just went through the state and legislative agenda, but even for the tribal meetings, just ask that, you know, not sticking close to the script, but that, you know, that we stay as close to our messaging, because we do a really good job of taking that to council for approval. I think the other thing is, I mean, there's times I think when, you know, there are meetings that happen, and they may just be more kind of political, and some of those are not, we don't get involved in those as staff. So just kind of recognizing that there are things that kind of fall out of this as well, outside of this.
You made me think of something that came up after the hospital conversations. Some of the public was under the impression that the mayor and vice mayor and myself, you know, went to DC to champion for that. And it was really important to communicate that we don't even know what we're going to talk about until staff gives us our talking points and our agenda, and it's very structured. We're not out there. We don't go to these, have gone to these trips and have a free fall of our conversation. They're very focused and steered into meaningful conversation with what the city as a whole has as their priorities and stuff, and not sidebar priorities or anything. So
We're certainly not lobbying on anyone else's behalf.
no.
If I can add on to that, you know, prior to that time, I recall we were referencing the agenda for the Washington trip. I think it was referenced loosely in a manager's report, which was, you know, good in public. But since then, and because we had a challenge, which we prevailed upon, but Sterling helped me out here, but we have instituted a process now where we formalize those agendas and actually have it slated on a council agenda prior to the DC trip. Yeah, and then during the DC trip, we stick to the script. Easier said than done. Sometimes our delegates and legislators might bring something up that they want to talk about or ask questions about. I think by and large, we try to adhere to that script as best as possible.
Thank you again for allowing me the time this morning.
Stacy, thank you. Greg, we now will take a 15-minute break. We are perfectly on time. And I would ask that if you could find your way back to your seats by 1:45, that would be very helpful. We will walk through with a 5-minute warning, just again, to give you a heads up about that. This is also a great time to mingle, get to know each other, reach out to people you don't know. That's what this opportunity provides to you. So yeah, enjoy your break.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And Rick Tatter made coffee. If it's bad.
What you say.
Let's get together. Thank you. Can everybody hear me in back? Can you, good? You're good. Today we're going to, in this session, we're going to talk about Flagstaff. We're going to talk about information, basic level of demographics. Who are we as a community? Where have we been? Where are we today? Where are we going? But the goals of this set are actually a little broader. We want to talk about the demographics of the city. I appreciated when Greg talked about the difference between data and advocacy. We're talking about data. He talked about the role of staff as being the place to get data, to get analysis, very valuable. But I would argue that data and information underlies all policy. So data is very key to what the council's doing, what the mayor's doing, always what the staff is doing. So we're going to be looking at that relationship between data and policy. The potential power of data. We're looking at the demographics of the city, but I want to present some different ways of looking at the demographics, just to give you a sense of how data can be used, how it can be thought of in different ways, and how those different ways of looking at data help us, advance us toward a better understanding of the city. Finally, I want to identify additional resources that are available to you, resources that are available to the staff to push forward policy making in Flagstaff. Before doing so, we're going to try to Greg up the game in terms of technology, having the swirly administration circle here. I'm going to try to take it one notch further if we can. I see everybody has a device. I'm going to ask you to go to your browser and everybody here in the room, online can do this. Point your browser to menti.com, menti.com, and put in this code. Or if you can take a picture of the QR code, go to the site. Once you go to this site, you'll have a question. What are your top 2 priorities for Flagstaff? And I'm going to ask you to capture those priorities in a word. Or is everybody able? Working hard here. Anybody having difficulty getting there?
In there, but over.
And then you have to enter it. If you're going in through the browser, you
I got it over here.
Sure. The code is 1849. 8416. Time 1849 8416.
You can do 2.
Everybody in there? Shannon, could you switch screens? We're going to try our technical wizardry here. We're starting to see a word cloud emerge from what you've inputted. And the word cloud is changing because people are still putting in information. The word cloud is a qualitative form of information. This word cloud, many of you I'm sure are familiar with word clouds, but for those who aren't, this reflects the information that's being inputted. But the size of the word reflects how many people have mentioned this priority. So larger items, housing seems to be the most represented priority, including affordable housing. We could put those together. And then in smaller letters, we have safe, airport.
That was Brian.
What airport?
Actually.
You, safety, efficiency. We see 2 kinds of information here. We see specific areas of policymaking like housing. What are we going to do about housing? Specifically affordable housing, sustainability. How are we going to push forward sustainability? Fiscal health. So fiscal health, safe community. This is data underlies all of these priorities. If we want to talk about safe community, it's important to know how safe is our community. how safe is it today versus how safe was it yesterday? We're getting better? Are we not getting better? Economic prosperity, where are we economically? Engagement. Now, engagement obviously is a more, it's not as specific, but still, how engaged are there ways of measuring engagement? The point is that data underlies all of these categories and is important to policy. For each one of these, we can come up with questions about demographics, questions about data, questions about information. Where are we today? Where have we been? Where are we going? So thank you for engaging in that exercise. We're actually going to move on to another exercise. Trying to be engaging. So now I'm going to hand out a piece of paper, and I think Shannon's going to put this
In the chat.
in the chat, and I'll just ask you. People on the. Just a little quiz. Put you on the spot. We're not going to put you on the spot, but I would like you just to look at this quiz about demographics in the city. And it's a little self-test of your knowledge. What do you know about the city? How much do you know? How accurate are you in your thinking about the city? So if we could, he has one. Take, it's private. You're going to hold on to this. We're not going to reveal your answer. But I just want to direct you to thinking about some questions on the demographics of the city.
Cheating.
Cheat.
Is that what you used to
Answer these for yourself. You're going to hold on to your answers. Easy. Take a guess, your best guess.
Eaters never prosper. I would say that.
Separate you two.
Folks need a little more time. We finished? Generally speaking, easy or hard? Is this easy or was this difficult to answer these questions?
You had to realize that you might not know what you think you know.
Uh-huh. Great point. You might not know what you think you know. Other thoughts about how easy or how difficult this was? Anything new that you really never thought about? Your new areas?
Mine was more, I read and I know I've seen all these answers. I just don't remember them.
Okay. Fair enough. Well, it's interesting because we all want to make policy statements. We all want to say it, the world should be this way, or the world should be that way, or we might even move to advocacy statements. I would like this to occur. I would like that to occur. But how often are these statements rooted in facts? Not necessarily. very often. A lot of people make assumptions about information and will put out policy information, policy positions that are really not based on the facts or the information that's available. So today we want to try to get at some of the facts about Flagstaff and look at how that data has changed over time. And there are limitations here. I never want to say that data collection is perfect. Into a whole session on how data is collected and what the limitations are. Maybe we'll touch on that a bit today. But we have to start from a position that there is a truth out there. There is a reality. There is a certain number of people who live in Flagstaff. I mean, there are a certain number of households in Flagstaff. And so we're trying to get as close to that understanding as we can. So just walk with me on this journey. And is there a comment on that?
No, we were just saying it's in the chat for people online.
Oh, okay.
Thanks, Fred.
Sure. Take a little journey with me to understand Flagstaff. Let's just start at the beginning here. Very general overview. We all know what our city looks like. Population today is about 77,000. And I say about because that number changes. People come, people go. It is difficult to get a perfect count. Right now, we're in 2025. We're midway between the census of 2020 and 2030. So we can go back and this is a whole nother conversation. How perfect was the census in 2020? But now we're 5 years out of that. So the U.S. Census Bureau, who we rely upon to tell us information about the population, relies on estimates. So this is an estimated population for Flagstaff at this point. So figure roughly 77,000 people in Flagstaff. 66 square miles of space. Top employment sectors we know are government, education, science, healthcare, tourism, transportation, utilities. Tourism, big part of the economy, roughly 6 million visitors coming through Flagstaff a year, adding about over 560 million to the economy. Tourism's a big part of what we do. Top 10 employers in Flagstaff. So this is just to interpret this, we have a square here. We have 10 employers. Like the word cloud, the larger box reflects a larger number of employees, smaller number of employees. NAU is the largest employer in Flagstaff, 2,571 employees, followed by FMC. And then we have Gore, we have Coconino County. It's interesting that it's government service, well, public sectors, NAU, education. But we have Coconino County, we have the city of Flagstaff, we have FUSD, we have some private sector, Walmart, Purina, but they're on the smaller side. The bulk of employment in Flagstaff is public sector, education, and healthcare, FMC. Look at population growth, 1990 to 2020. We've had significant and I thought for me, it was fun to start in 1990 because that's the year that I arrived in Flagstaff. It's a different town. It was 45,000 people in 1990. We've had a 68% growth of population in this city across 30 years. But we've actually had a higher rate of growth in the state of Arizona during the same period of time. The state of Arizona has almost doubled in size in these 30 years. So more significant growth. But if you look at these curves, you'll see that the state of Arizona actually moves toward a little flatter growth period, as opposed to Flagstaff, which started out a little more flat and then went up. So keep this in mind, 68% growth Flagstaff, 95% growth Arizona. Looks like Flagstaff hasn't grown as quickly as Arizona. I'm now going to cut the data a little differently. If we just look at the last 20 years, we would have to say that Flagstaff has grown at a faster rate than the state of Arizona. 46% growth in Flagstaff during this time period versus 39%. And that's just it's just interesting to think about if we look at a 30-year period versus a 20-year period, understanding of comparative rates of growth changes. They actually reverse, they flip. This is projected population growth. And let me just mention where this data comes from. So we have the Census Bureau. The Census Bureau is doing a decennial census. Every 10 years they do a census. And then they do estimates every year. They do 1-year estimates, they do 5-year estimates. We can talk. Arizona has a state data center. Arizona takes that data in and they have their own demographers that they put to work. And their demographers take this data and are projecting information to the future. So this source is the Arizona Office of Economic Opportunity Population Projections. It's online. You can look at this yourself. Flagstaff growth is projected to actually flatten out over time. So over the next 30 years, we're looking at only 14% growth relative to the growth we saw in the past, 48%, 60-something percent. Yet the state of Arizona is continuing on a steady upstream here of roughly 36% growth during the same period. That makes a difference for policy. The growth rate has affected policy significantly in Flagstaff, but knowing that we're going to flatten out somewhat, we're not going to be growing as fast into the future, may have implications for policy.
Slide that shows the next 20 years instead of the next.
Well, I mean, we can just truncate this basically because we have each of the 10-year mark. So, you know, basically be coming up slightly. But between 2040, 2050, 2030, you're almost flat.
Yeah, it flattens out a lot.
Yeah.
After 20 years.
Yeah.
2020. So that's why I was wondering, I think it probably shift the numbers just the opposite.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. If you looked at a 20-year period, it would be a faster rate of growth. That's the point, right? That time dimension is going to shape your understanding of the data. Okay, let's start to look at specific demographic of this city. I think this is interesting. Age. So let me start to say where this data is coming from. It's always important to look at the source of information. We want to know where the information is coming from. Is this a reliable source? So this is coming from a site called Census Reporter. Census Reporter, I enjoy Census Reporter because they're taking the census data and they're putting it into graphic form and making it easily digestible for journalists. Journalists can then use the information to report out to the public. So this is Census Reporter. 2023 American Community Survey. The American Community Survey is the estimates being put out by the U.S. Census. This is a 1-year. Flagstaff has a relatively young population. And it makes sense with NAU seen here, right? But we can look here at the median age of the Flagstaff population is 26, relatively young. And this graphic compares the average age in Flagstaff to, they call it the Arizona metropolitan area. That's Coconino County. Think of that as Coconino. 26 for Flagstaff. About 33 is the median age for Coconino County. And in Arizona as a whole, the median age is 39. Flagstaff is a relatively young population. And you can see that, well, 3/4 are in the 18 to 64-year-old age bracket. But what a concentration, especially in the 20 to 29 bracket, more than 1/4, more than 1 in 4 residents in Flagstaff are in the 20 to 29 age bracket. So we have a huge concentration in this middle sector, and so we're skewed toward the younger age. And then we can look at how age has changed over time. There's something interesting here. See, we're looking at 2000 is the blue bar, the blue column. 2020 is the green column. Roughly the same for young people, 0 to 19 years of age. roughly the same 20 to 34. Significant difference in that 35 to 59-year-old bracket. We've gone down. 20 years ago, 30% of the population fell in this bracket of 35 to 59. Today, it's 24%. But the senior population is larger relative to where it was just 20 years ago. So in some ways, we've had equal distribution for up to 34. Fewer people leaving the city, people in this age category are smaller proportion of the population, increased population of seniors. Now we can speculate. This doesn't tell us why. Is it cost of living? Is it the affordability of housing? Why is it that people in this age bracket seem to be leaving the city? What's going on there? We can speculate about that, but this is the facts in terms of the age distribution. And that makes a difference for policy, knowing how age has changed in the city. Let's look at sex, race, and ethnicity. We're at roughly 51% female, 49% male in the city, and that is actually flat. It hasn't changed over 20 years. When we look at race and ethnicity today, this is today, this is this moment, and again, this is the census report of 2023 data. We have 19% Hispanic Latino population. This is self-identification. So 1 in 5 residents of the city identify as Latino or Hispanic. 59% identify as white, 2% African American, Black, 14% Native American, Indigenous, 3% Asian. Basically, no one, very few people doesn't register Pacific Island or other. 2 or more races identifying, self-identifies. Let's look at this over time. Ethnicity has changed over time. And again, the blue bar is 2000, the green bar is 2020. Asian population, slight increase today. African American population, relatively flat in representation. Indigenous population has increased slightly from 9% to 11%. The white population has decreased from 79 to 66, and I believe on the other slide it might have said 50. Other multiracial people identifying, self-identifying as 2 or more races has increased significantly. And part of that is the methodology of how data is collected. It's more acceptable to say today that you're part of 2 or more races. The census makes it more prominent when they ask this question than they used to. And the Hispanic Latino population has increased 16 to 20%. If we take this as a whole, we can see that Flagstaff is more diverse today than it was 20 years ago. There's just greater diversity in the city population. Again, that has implications for policy today and policy into the future. I found this graphic, I thought it was very interesting. This is, again, the data source is the US Census, but it's by a group called Best Neighborhood, and they're working with the data to make it understandable for the real estate market, people who want to buy and sell. This looks at diversity within neighborhoods. So we just established that we're becoming a more diverse community over time. This takes the data and filters it by census blocks. And we can see in the dark green would represent more diversity in the city, neighborhoods with more diversity. The red would be a lack of diversity. Yellow is moderate diversity. So we can see in the neighborhood sector, actually out to the west and then wrapping around to the northern part of the city, there's very little diversity in the population. But as we go downtown, NAU, and south of 40, there's diversity in the population, and there's moderate diversity further out. So we can take that data from the Census Bureau and we can slice it and dice it in different ways, filter it through an understanding of census blocks and look at diversity by neighborhood. It's just about the power of data to affect our understanding of the city. And it could be that when we're thinking about the city, it's important to think, what neighborhood are we talking about? What area of the city? How diverse is that particular area of the city?
What's your definition for diversity in this graph?
Well, the diversity, they have a definition which they list, but it's they're looking at the distribution of the race and racial and ethnic identification of the population. And I'm not sure where their cutoff is, but they have a cutoff basically. So if it's something like 80% or above of one race, one ethnicity, or no, one racial category, they would say that's a lack of diversity. If it's around 40 to 50%, that's more diversity. But it's a good point that
be non-white, but also
it could just be white versus people of color. So it'd be good
that's not what I asked. I asked the opposite.
Sorry.
One of those green spots could be non-white.
The green spot is diverse.
I'm sorry.
The red area could be correct. Absolutely. It's a lack of diversity. And that could cut either way.
That helps me.
Yeah. Let's talk about income and poverty. This is interesting. That the per capita income in Flagstaff is $43,000, roughly $44,000 per capita. Compared to the county as a whole, which is just under 42,000, compared to the state of Arizona, which is just around 41,000. So we have a slightly higher per capita income in Flagstaff compared to the county, compared to the state of Arizona as a whole. Median household income, relatively similar to Flagstaff 71,402 versus 71,738 for the county, and a little higher in Arizona as a whole, 77,000. So where our income level is about par, it's a little lower, per capita is a little higher, but median household income is. When we talk about income, roughly a little more than a third have under $50,000. That's household income. It's not necessarily one income. It's multiple income. Over a third under $50,000, and 1 in 10 are over $200,000. It's interesting to think about that distribution. When we look at under 50,000 and then 50 to 100, we're talking about almost 60% of the population, about almost 2/3 of the population. Again, this is an expensive community, as we're going to see, but our income isn't necessarily that high. 20% below poverty line in Flagstaff. 19 we don't necessarily think of Flagstaff as being having that high of a poverty level. Higher poverty level than the county as a whole, 18.6%. It's 1.5 times the poverty level in Arizona as a whole. That's a high poverty rate. Children under 18, more than 1 in 4 children under 18 are in poverty in Flagstaff. Senior population, very low, 65 and older, 4%. But I found this very striking personally, that more than 1 in 4 children in Flagstaff are under the poverty level. So high rates of poverty, especially compared to Arizona as a whole. Education, at the same time, we have a high poverty level. At the same time, we're a very well-educated population. 96%, and now we're talking about 65 and over, 96% have a high school degree or higher. Half have a bachelor's degree. And when we look at, this was one of the questions on your quiz, when we look at postgraduate, so degrees after a bachelor's degree, almost 1 in 5, or a little more than 1 in 5 adults over 25 have a degree beyond a bachelor's degree. We are a very well-educated population. Poverty rates are high. Income is moderate, but education's high. Look at housing. At the same time, the median value of owner occupied housing. So we have two types of housing. There's owner occupied, there's rental property. 605,000 for the median value of owner occupied housing unit, which is about 1.3 times as high as the value of owner occupied housing in the county as a whole, and 1.5 times the value of owner occupied housing in Arizona as a whole. So we have a very expensive housing market, and people have put that up for priorities that we need affordable housing, but that was the biggest priority that came up in our word cloud. Well, here it is. This is the data which underlies that. And we can look at, this is 5-year data. We can look at the distribution of housing. Half of the housing, the owner occupied housing stock is 500,000 or greater in value in Flagstaff. This was interesting, geographical mobility. 30.2% have moved in Flagstaff since the previous year. About 1/3 of people are identifying as having changed their residence. About 70% are in the same house as they were a year ago. People have moved from within the county. People have moved from a different county, from a different state. A lot of geographic mobility. 30.2% have moved here previously. About the mobility rate in the county as a whole. And in Arizona, more than double the mobility rate in Arizona, 14% geographic mobility in the state as a whole. So much greater mobility. Yeah.
I'm just curious, kind of, how does that compare to 5 years ago? I mean, that seems pretty high, that, you know, people aren't staying in a community, that they're moving around.
Yeah, it's a great question. This, on the surface, this is comparing to last year, you know, that we have mobility from last year, but we don't have that data is available. And again, some of this might be driven by NAU, but that's not, but students aren't necessarily in owner occupied housing, right? So we can look more at this with greater depth, but it's interesting to think about the mobility, that people are coming, people are going, people are new to the city. That might change policy. We're not an established community. We're growing quickly, as we've already determined. We have an expensive economy. We have a well-educated population. We have high poverty rates. People are moving housing quite frequently. And here's owner-occupied housing. This is just the relative percentage of housing stock, which is owner-occupied. And we have, over the last 20 years, we've reduced the proportion of people who, or the proportion of housing stock that's owner occupied. 20 years ago, it was 48% of housing stock was owner occupied. Today, it's 45%. Yeah.
Does that take into account expense though?
It does, in the sense that we're looking at census data. So the census is interested in understanding where people reside on April 1st. However, if you're it gets confusing, right? Because you could be the primary resident of a housing unit, but not be there on April 1st. So it gets a little confusing. Again, all these questions are excellent, and it's in the data. We can go further. Any other questions at this point? Covering a lot of information here, but. I do a lot of work with surveys and elections, and I thought this was really interesting. Maybe you won't find it as interesting. I don't know. Some of us election junkies. So during the last 24 years, the population of Flagstaff has increased 52% roughly. The electorate has increased at a faster rate. Now, you would expect on the surface, 52% growth in population, there'd be a 2% growth of the electorate. Well, the electorate has grown at a faster rate. And voting Participation in elections has grown at even a greater rate. So people are more engaged, they're paying attention, they're more concerned, more involved in the community. And interestingly, so this is our last election. Last election, we have 53,000 registered voters in Flagstaff, 35, just under 35,000 people participated in the election. 34.8. If we go back to 2000, we didn't even have that many people registered to vote. The registration's increasing over time, and participation is increasing over time. You'll see some variation, and honestly, that variation from one election to another can be driven by characteristics of the election, how important people determine any one election to be. You know, every election is supposed to be the most critical election ever, and but some are more engaging than others.
Do you think there's a correlation between that and the education per capita?
That's a great linkage to make, and we could look at that, but it would make sense because there is a direct relationship between education and participation. So if we see that the education rate of the community has increased, then we would expect that there would be greater engagement and greater participation. So that's a great linkage to make. Any other questions? Yeah.
I was just curious, like what was going on in 2012? The number dipped, and then 4 years later, there was a huge jump between 12 and 16 in registered voters.
Well, the registered voter, our legislature is always tinkering with the rules, as we know. Not to cast any aspersions on anything, but the rules change. The rules change about how we register people to vote, and then the rules change about what we do with people on the voter registration rolls. So today we go through a purge. If people don't vote in a certain number of elections, they're put on an inactive list, and then they're deleted from the files. If the elections department sends out a mailing to your house, let's say, and no one's there, you know, it gets returned, you'd be deleted from the registration roll. So purges take place in the rules.
Policy, not necessarily population.
Exactly. Right. And that's why it's important to look at elections and participation over a long perspective rather than between any one election. It could be differences could be driven by any particular election. Differences can be driven by changes in the rules. I just had this little note here. I just did some work that involved looking at the voter registration rolls, and the numbers that I was given, the actual data, I got the voter registration information for a research project. The numbers didn't match exactly what was reported to elections. What's going on here? The numbers don't match exactly. And there were roughly 90 cases of people who are registered to vote that are court impaneled. And the elections department couldn't legally report out any information about those 90 cases. I thought that was interesting. So policy can affect the reporting, and there are changes over time. So it's
I think that involves witness protection.
About witness protection, yeah. But there's also active court cases where someone's records can be sealed. And so we can't determine where they live, what actions they've taken, what their history is. We've been talking about Flagstaff, and you, the city council, the mayor, the staff, your focus is Flagstaff, but clearly we live within multiple communities. We live within the community of Coconino County. We are neighbors to indigenous communities. We live on the Colorado Plateau. We're linked by an ecosystem. We're residents of Arizona, the United States, the world. There are multiple overlapping communities out there, and there's data available. So by giving just Flagstaff information, I don't mean to just say you're parochial in your interest. You have very broad senses of interest, but there's data out there to understand what what these interests are and what the facts are. It's a starting point for policy. Toward that end, I want to just talk about data resources. I just gave them bronze, silver, gold. We've been talking about a lot about the Census Bureau. That's the gold standard right now. It's the Census Bureau. They put a lot of money into collecting data and information and reporting that information and making that available to you and me. It's tremendous how much information is out there. So we've been talking about the decennial census every 10 years. We're now at the midpoint, 2025, and we look at the American Community Survey. For those of us who have been doing this for some time, we'll remember that during there used to be two different census forms during the decennial census. I don't know if anyone remembers this. There was a long form and a short form. We don't do that anymore. What we do is basically everybody gets a short form in the decennial census. And then the long form is sent out to a sample of people ongoing. That's the American Community Survey. And regular estimates for all communities are made based on that long form data. I highlighted this directly because if you remember anything and on any data, go to data.census.gov. Write that down. Excellent source of information. You can say, I want housing data on the city of Flagstaff, or population information for the city of Flagstaff this time period. But the Census Bureau isn't the only bureau, the only government unit that's collecting information. Other government units are things like
the sensor.
Keeps going.
If you step in front of that little bar underneath, dims it.
Okay.
If it thinks the room's getting darker.
I see. Okay. Yes. Other government units, governments collect data. And governments, because they're funded by your tax dollars and they're transparent, they make that data available to you. I don't mean, by any means, I don't want to just say it's only go to the Census Bureau. All departments, all government departments are collecting it, including Flagstaff, including Coconino County. That's highly reliable, highly valid information. But so other government units, but also private and public firms. There's a lot of original data collection out there. Even groups like ours, Global Local Vision, we do surveys, we collect original data, and then we report that data out. So a lot of public and private firms are doing original data collection. That's the gold standard of data. The bronze standard of data is groups that are trying to take data and repurpose data without really providing information about the assumptions that lie behind it. Doesn't really help in evaluating the quality of that data. Silver standard, I like to look at groups that are taking quality data and doing something with it, cutting it up in new ways. I'd mentioned the Arizona Department of Economic Opportunity, the State Data Center, their population estimates. They have demographers who are at work who are trying to use the data and go further with it. And Census Reporter, which I had mentioned, has the graphics available. Very helpful for making the data easily digestible. As additional resources, there's us. There's your facilitators for the day. We understand data. We collect data ourselves. We're analyzing data. We understand the limitations of data. So bring in experts, bring in people who understand this information. At this point, before we go to questions, I want to go over your surveys. Quiz here to see how well you can. Does anybody want to help answer this? What is the total population of Flagstaff? Pick that up. 77,000, about 77,000 today. Good. Who is the largest employer? Oh, excellent, excellent. What is the median age? 26, very good. What percentage of Flagstaff population self-identifies as Latino or Hispanic? 20%, good. What percentage of Flagstaff children under 18 live in poverty?
7.
Okay. What percentage of Flagstaff adults 25 and over have a postgraduate degree? Half? No. Post-bachelor's degree. 22%. So is half have bachelor's and so it's, no, I'm sorry, bachelor's or postgraduate. But when we just look at a postgraduate degree, it's 1 in 5. What percentage of Flagstaff housing is owner occupied? 5, good. Median value of owner occupied housing?
605.
So again, now reflect. Know this? Did you not know this? Was this easy? Was this hard? What were you surprised by? Anything surprising?
Children in poverty.
Children in poverty, poverty rate, yeah. What would you have guessed?
I went pretty low, 6%.
Oh, okay. Yeah. No, it's fair enough.
Would like to find out of the 45% owner occupied, how many have a second home? Because we're a second home community. That data that you got earlier could be skewed.
So the question is, does owner occupied housing include second homes, second home owners? Right? And then you get with the second home owner, is it a primary home or is it?
Which one is it? Yeah.
Which one is it? So,
You know, like Forest Highlands, they all pack up back down Phoenix, Pine Canyon too. So those are affluent areas. A lot of them are second homeowners and were their second home. So I'm curious of that 45%, if we didn't include them, what that number would be.
so if you took second home owners out of it, what would the median value? So it's interesting here. I just want to mention in terms of statistics, we were looking at median value as opposed to mean value, right? So median value is the halfway point. 50% of units are more expensive, 50% are less expensive. And just a little explanation of why that's important. If we looked at everybody's salary in this room and we came up with the mean, the average salary in this room, I'm just going to take a guess. This is just a wild, it's probably not even a fair guess, but let's just say it's like $75,000. Just a wild guess. Now we bring Elon Musk, takes a seat right here, and we ask him to report his annual salary. If we factor that in, all of a sudden our average salary now is probably in the lower billions. Hey, Elon's kind of throwing the curve here. So we like to not look for times when there are extremes like Elon Musk in the room. We rather look at median salary, the 50%, 50% or higher, 50% or lower. Elon gets washed away, his extremes get washed away. And similarly with housing, that we don't want to look at mean housing because there are some very, very, very expensive homes in Flagstaff. But if we look at mean, the average household value is going to get thrown toward that extreme. So that's why we look at median, the 50% point. And again, this is why data is important. It's important to understand what data is telling you, what the assumptions are. A great question. And talk to the staff and have the staff investigate that further.
Answer the 22% are second home.
Oh, 22% are second homeowners. Okay, great. And Heidi, I think, are you doing the Flagstaff tourism site? There's a Flagstaff tourism site with excellent information. And that's where I actually got the employer information. So I just want to throw out kudos to you and your unit for putting out quality information and making that available. What data would you like? Going beyond what I presented today, if you had said, if you had a question like, Lori, what's the second home ownership rate in Flagstaff? What other questions would you have? What would be important?
I think one important data category would be is the shift we're seeing, if any at all, with coming to our community because of climate-related reasons. As we see increased temperatures, especially in the valleys, you know, how much of a driver is that? Or home ownership?
I think that's a great question, a difficult question to answer, but a great question. And I can say that from, we've done regularly, we do surveys in the Coconino County and in Flagstaff, the northern Arizona. And when you ask people, why did you move here? What do you like most about living here? Typically, I hate to tell you, you're the policymaker, it has nothing to do with you. Like, people come here for climate, people come here for the beauty of the place, people come here for the proximity to the natural landscapes or to being centrally located to others. You have nothing to do with that, but you do have something to do with that because you make this a more attractive community to be in. And once people are here, this is an important community. Your question is really important. We are going to level off in growth, but maybe if climate changes rapidly and you're making the assumption, which is a reasonable assumption, that some people are going to move here due to climate, that growth rate could change, and it'll be important to know. You as the city could go and collect that information. I don't know where that information would exist today, but that's something that would be knowable into the future.
I was just gonna call attention to the comments that House has in the chat at the bottom there. Those are some of the things she'd be interested in.
Average insurance rates for flood and fire, percentage of homeowner population that have done fire-wise prep, numbers signed up for emergency alert. So some of these are pretty straightforward, right? I assume we have the numbers that have signed up for emergency. I'm looking at the fire chief here. Fire-wise prep, do you work with that data? Like, do you have a sense of that?
Unfortunately, inside the city, there isn't enough of that data. We've been having a lot of conversations about this response to the insurance crisis that people are experiencing, cancellations, increases. How do we do a better job of metricizing mitigations going on in the community and helping people?
So there's a couple of pieces of factual information there. It sounds like you're aware that insurance companies are canceling home policies, especially that might protect people in times of emergency. So that's a piece of data that's out there. What you don't have necessarily is the fire-wise prep that's taken place.
Insurance market information about the number of cancellations that have taken place collectively, nor increased insurance over, our population. How many of them have experienced that? That would require the insurance companies to kind of provide data.
Saying
that's not something that thus far they've been willing to share.
You're saying they're less than transparent?
No, I'm not saying they're running a business. And what I've found about the insurance company is there's just so many factions within it. Utilize different risk assessors to establish risk. There's not this common place they all go to.
Interesting.
So it's just more complex than I had imagined when you first started working in.
Yeah. So you could ask people themselves, have their insurance rates changed over time? How are they doing on fire preparation? So there is data out there that could be collected, original data. Interesting. Good. And again, I would assume the number of people who've signed up for emergency alerts is knowable.
Yes, we can get that. That's administered through the county and.
Okay, good.
Here's got a couple things. One is our remote workforce. And then also there's a lot of data at the county resolution level that is pertinent and us. No, it's not in our jurisdiction. I think there's a lot of cross relevancy as
Do you have examples of specific data you're thinking
Well, even just, politics, party identification. One example of something that I think is skewed, if you look at it at the city level, and a bit more balanced if you look at it, maybe not a whole county, but the greater Flagstaff region.
I would say that data is easily available. The voter registration records are available. In the county.
But also home ownership extends out beyond our boundaries and is of relevancy.
Sure, sure. And this is where you talk about multiple communities and overlapping. Absolutely. Yeah, yeah. And so again, there's data out there that's being collected outside of Flagstaff that might be relevant for policy making in Flagstaff. It's a good point.
Can I just throw, Councilmember Aslan, our team in economic development, we actually track all that, our virtual workforce. We have to do that because we actually use that as one of the elements we talk about with airline attraction. They want to know how many people need to use the airport to get in and out, because some people will actually leave on Monday morning to fly somewhere else and then come back on Friday. And so we have that information. I have a presentation we just did to some airlines. We have the top 19 companies or groups that actually fly in and fly out because of virtual work. So we can get you that information whenever you need it.
I love this. I love that just through dialogue, you can find information that's already available, let alone what needs to be done.
Information just off the top of my head was how many low-income workers have secondary jobs to get by here?
So yeah, how many jobs do people have? What does it take to get by in Flagstaff? I think that's a great question. And is that something that economic fight? Oh, there we go.
You can just send us your questions and we'll get you the answers that you need, and what we don't have, we'll make sure that we look into for you. But we normally track all of that because of our business attraction efforts and airline efforts.
It's great to hear that there's this information source available. Other data.
If you're not familiar with also our open data platform that our GIS publishes, I'll put a link in the chat. GIS data, there's a lot of it. There's a lot of ways that you can kind of slice and dice various data sets as well. We're always looking to add to that as well. So I also would like to see, mapped out and the ability to do some analysis tools. We can do that too.
So we have a few extra minutes. Can you put that up just for give folks a sense of what's out there?
The IT capability.
Might be
Not to put
Somebody that knows how to do that.
And Fred, while he's doing that, could you just make it, we were going to speak about this, but I think it's very helpful to just talk about some cautions about data. There's a lot of data reported in the media, for example, and a lot of times we're reading that, we're knowing it affects policymakers, but a lot of the data is frankly garbage. It's risky to rely upon it. Could you just speak about that?
Yeah, absolutely. When we're talking about data, we want to know the source. That's why I was putting source information out there. We want to know how the data is collected. We want to know what the data is saying, but we want to know if it's legitimate or not. As Nancy's suggesting, a lot of groups will put out data or will say things, X% believe this. Where's that information coming from? Sometimes, I have to think about this, sometimes that data is self-serving. Why is that information being put out there? I always think about this with campaigns and elections, coming back to the elections questions. Campaigns collect a lot of information. They're constantly doing surveys, constantly doing focus group, and a dropper full of information will be released from the campaign to the public. Why? Because it boosts their fundraising numbers. It's the bandwagon effect. Maybe it makes all the people think, oh, here's a winner. I'm going to get on the bandwagon. That information is being put out there and it's being manipulated for a purpose. So we want to think of who's putting out that information. How's it being collected? I get frustrated. I don't know if you've seen this with medical studies. Okay, I'm a social scientist, but with respect to the medical community, that there'll be data out there that will follow 10 people or 20 people or a limited number of subjects. When we're doing social science research, we're looking at a minimum of 400 people drawn from a community of 10,000 people or over, and we have a known margin of error associated with this data. We can evaluate the quality. But when data is being drawn from 10 people or 20 people, I start to wonder. I can go and go in my neighborhood and go ask a question. And I could say, oh, 30% of people say this. Well, it's 30% of my neighbors talking to me, their neighbor. That doesn't necessarily mean 30% of Flagstaff. So we want to understand who's generating the data, how is it being generated, why is it being put out there, what the limitations are. Yes.
A practical example of that is if there's a rezoning in a certain neighborhood and 30 people show up opposed to it, and they often extrapolate that they speak for the entire community and the community doesn't want it. Reminding yourself that we have 77,000 people living in Flagstaff, and this is you know, a collection of people from a certain neighborhood.
Yeah, no, that's a great point. And I don't want to reduce what you all do just down to numbers, right? Because there is an art to what you do. It's not just a science. But you're right, you have to be placing information within a larger context to understand that information properly. So 30 people, they may say they speak for the community, but they don't necessarily speak for the community. So that's an excellent example.
I think I really appreciate the conversation. I think trying to be predictive and proactive rather than reactionary, which these businesses can be at times within the system, is taking the approach of trying to create more correlation between these wonderful numbers that you have and knowing that curve that we're seeing, even though it flattens out, that curve is significant in the next 20 years, what that impact is for how we process within the city government, I think is really important. For example, we know that communities with more rental properties or multi-housing have historically, based on the research, more crime and victimization. So if that's where we're anticipating our growth column, how do we have these conversations? I love the correlation between education and victimization. The one I've always wanted to know more about is between an electorate. I think there are some projects out there that have showed that there isn't, no matter how many people vote in a community, it seems to be. I just think creating more systems of correlation between, I think some of the, because we can get monolithic data sets within our own businesses. And it's not necessarily healthy as we aggregate that out with other types of measurements.
Yeah. And just one reference that you made on the electorate, the role of the electorate. Who's the electorate? The electorate is a slice of the population. It gets back to the mayor's point that we often will say, well, the people want this. There's a mandate from the community because they voted for this person. But when we actually look at the statistics, we know that maybe 75% of people are registered to vote. Maybe 75% of the registered population actually came out and voted in a general election. So now we're at half the adult population. That's different than the population of everyone living in Flagstaff. And when we come down to the midterm election or a special election, when there's a 20% turnout, 25% turnout, and then we find out that half of those people are voting for a candidate, half are voting against a candidate. It's hard to determine what the mandate is from an electorate. Very difficult, and it's all important. We're going to go to the GIS portal.
So my GIS manager is the expert on all of this, so I'm going to just kind of show you that this exists, and if you, if council would like a more detailed discussion about this, I'd be happy to. But this just has a lot of different maps with a lot of different types of data. You guys should all be familiar with the Flagstaff Regional Plan, so there's information about that. But there are a lot of tools here, a lot of ways to work with the data and see different things. And my tools.
This is open and available to the
This is
public.
all publicly available. We do have some data occasionally that can't be released specifically to the public, but everything on this, if you just go to gis.flagstaffaz.gov, to that, and then you can start to look at all of these different data types, what's going on in these different neighborhoods and then things like that. Staff do a great job of trying to keep this all up to date, but you know, some of these data sets are point in time data sets and they lose their value over time. So occasionally we take data sets off as they start to lose their value over time. But there's just a, you know, a lot of great data on here and we're always trying to keep this updated and happy to add data sets as they become desired. We
And if people have questions, do they direct them questions directly to you or to a?
Yeah, you can definitely route questions through me. Again, my GIS team is the experts on these, so I usually can't answer them in the spot if you're going really technical. But again, we're happy to provide presentations to show what data we have available, and then utilize feedback from council to add more data sets.
This might be interesting and fun to have a presentation at a council meeting and ask some specific questions and have staff show us how to find that data.
I see a question in the back there. You come up just to get captured by the microphones.
Thanks. So we can get you on record. The data points on the median household value, last 50 years. Compare that to the median income per household the last 50 years. That ratio changes and gives you an indication of what it's overvalued and you have to do some more research. That'd be a good number to have.
Yeah, no, I think that's great. And it's great to bring in multiple points of data, not just to look at a single dimension. So thank you for that point. Thank you for your time. Appreciate your attention. We're actually going to move on now. I'm going to give the floor to my colleague, Sarah, who will talk about next steps.
So we really appreciated the conversation and I don't want to be the person that remains between us and lunch, but just a couple of things. We have a few prompts here that we'd like for you to talk about, but from 12 to 12:30 is just a free time. Go and do whatever you need to do, get your lunch. We just ask that you come back in at 12:30 and sit at one of the back tables. And we really encourage you to sit with people that you don't normally, maybe you don't know someone, you'd like to get to know them. I'm always guilty of sitting with my friends at lunch. And so just think about how today it's about continuing cross collaboration. And so spend some time introducing yourselves. And then we have these 3 different questions. We talked about earlier with some of the quizzes that we've done, but what do you believe? Maybe sitting with a group of 2 or 3 or a larger group, what are the top 2 priorities? This will really help our conversation for later this afternoon when Nancy and I are going to run some different facilitations about collaboration and also communication styles. So we're going to do some applications there. And then we really want you to think about, what matters most. And then looking back to the demographics, right? And so really thinking about these 3 questions, we encourage you, we'll make sure that there's some writing materials at those tables, but please make sure in your conversations that someone is jotting these down because you're going to take these back with you for the rest of the afternoon. And then we are also going to be available going around. If you have any questions for us, we'll help to facilitate. And we just want to make sure, does the city leadership have anything before we embark on lunch? All right, so at 12:30, please come back in if you're able to, and then we'll keep these up. But Nancy and I and Fred will also be around, but just thanks for the great first part of the afternoon or morning, and then we'll come back after lunch. So thank you.
You.
Great. So our next session is going to be with Stacy Salzberg and Sterling Solomon. We're going to be talking about the work of City Council, my favorite, charter laws and outreach. I'm a super nerd for administrative code, so very excited for this round. So, and just a reminder too, we're going to keep the same ground rules that we had before. So Fred's going to be keeping time back there. And so we'll hold up our time cards, but we'll spend the next about hour and a half on nerding out about really important laws. And thank you for Stacy for leading this session.
I promise I will try to keep it as riveting as possible.
We've had more caffeine and sugar, so.
But I do appreciate a fellow administrative policy kind of nerd. The world I live in. All right. And I also hope that I don't steal too much of Sterling's thunder or too much of his time. So we're going to dive in just a little bit about our city charter.
Sterling squirm.
Throughout your time on council, you are going to hear many, many times many different references to our city charter. So what I'm hoping to provide for you today is just some information about what a charter is and how we use it here in Flagstaff. The city charter is the basic governing authority for our city, and it allows our citizens to enact their own laws and how they wanted to see our community as a government. One of the ways that I try to explain what a charter is I refer to it as the Constitution of Flagstaff. It's kind of that overarching document, again, that really outlines the way that citizenry wants to see government run. Any of the different jurisdictions that you may come into contact with, your colleagues throughout the state of Arizona, they may not have a city charter. Not all cities are required to have a charter. If they do not have a charter, they are what we refer to as a general law city. Basically, what they do is they just operate under our under our state law entirely. Whereas a city charter kind of gives another layer of expectation that we operate by, so long as it doesn't conflict with state law. There are some things within the state of Arizona that have been identified as matters of statewide concern. And these are areas that our legislature has determined to be applicable across the entire state, and that everybody should be operating equally across all jurisdictions. And in these cases, that can often override maybe some of the things that we might have in our charter. So it will supersede what our charter lays out. And this often happens as it relates to elections. As Fred had alluded to earlier, election laws are changing all the time. And it is not uncommon for what is in our charter to be in conflict with what the state law is. Election law, elections in general are a matter of statewide concern, and therefore we will follow all state laws as it applies to elections, even though there might be some deviations within our charter. Talk a little bit about charter amendments in a moment, but the election area of our charter is a great example of when we do some charter amendments, we try to craft that language in a way that is more in line with the state laws. It's more in connection to it, and so we don't appear to be in conflict, even though we operate as we should, and within the law, our charter does not appear to be in conflict with that. So the charter is not able to be administratively amended. Any amendments, any and all amendments to the city charter have to be approved by our voter. It has to go. The voters get to decide whether or not the amendments that we're proposing or not. We recently did this back in 2023. I think most of you were part of that. I'm sure you all remember that. But we had a series of questions that went to the voters seeking a variety of different amendments. Many of them were more administrative in nature. And I can't even believe I can't remember the number. I believe we had 19 questions and passed.
I think so.
Should know that off the top of my head by now. So that is how our charter has changed. We don't do charter amendments very frequently. It's a pretty heavy endeavor. As you know, elections are expensive, and we like our charter amendments to be a standalone election to not conflict, attention from other things that you might be voting on. But the charter was ultimately established in 1958. So that's when we started to operate under or the city charter. Much of this slide was covered by Greg this morning, and but it complements Greg's comments in that we're running our government. Again, the citizens have said this is how we want the Flagstaff government to operate. Not how Greg wants the city to operate. It's not how I want the city to operate. It's not how Councilmember Garcia wants it to operate. It's how our citizens want our government to operate. So we operate as a council manager form of government. That's what we've been called to do. Council, you make those policy decisions. And I'm not going to review all this because we heard it all. Greg did a wonderful job of kind of laying this out. But I wanted to draw attention to the fact that these are all things that are codified, that are included in our city charter. So they extend beyond, our city code. These are ultimately mandated. And we've talked a little bit about this. So in addition to the city manager, the city council will appoint city attorney, the city magistrate, actually all city magistrates. Those are the only positions that you as council are responsible for appointing. Beyond that, the city manager, the city attorney, and the magistrate are responsible for personnel matters. Right. So the charter establishes the powers and duties of council. So it lays out what the expectation of your capacity as council members. It defines a quorum as a council. It defines a quorum of the council as 4 members or more. And Sterling's going to talk a little bit more about that later. And one of the things that I like to call out is that the charter very specifically states that each council member gets 1 vote. And if you choose not to vote on a matter, that vote is considered a vote in the affirmative. This was really designed, I suspect this was really designed as a way for the citizenry to tell their elected officials, you need to be making decisions on these important matters. And so we want you to vote, whether you vote in favor or you vote against, elected you to do that. And so please issue that vote. Otherwise, it's going to be considered. There are exceptions to that rule. Again, Sterling's going to talk about conflict of interest. Obviously, we don't want you voting on things that you have a conflict of interest on, and Sterling will guide you through that. Also, again, a lot of this stuff we've already kind of touched on, but the mayor is the county city. She represents the city. He presides over all of our council meetings. She's the dignitary that is called upon to issue proclamations. She also has the authority and the ability to issue executive. I don't know if executive orders is the right phrase. Proclamations and state, like when we have to declare a state of emergency for our community, that right and that authority lies with the mayor. Processing my lunch, I'm clearly struggling a little bit. All right, so like I said, the charter covers a lot of different things, but it really provides the framework and expectation for our operations as a city as well. It lays out guidance on all of our finance and taxation, which is the world that Rick lives in. It also has requirements as it relates to contract and like kind of how our structure looks as a city organization, divisions versus departments. And it again has that guidance there. So the city charter dictates how we operate as an organization. The city code supports the requirements within the city charter. So when we talk about council as policymakers, as making decisions on behalf of those decisions, those policies, those laws, ordinances are all integrated into the city code through a process that we refer to as codification. And our city code will govern everything from our zoning, minimum wage, the structure of our divisions, nuisance of dogs running at large, our building requirements, and so much more. The city code is that living document that, again, just guides everything that we do, sets out the expectations for our community. It is a giant document. I encourage you to come by my office. I will be happy to show you this multi-thousand page document, but we have that maintained there. The code is implemented by you as council, and then it is enforced by staff. This is where it's really important, again, going back to some of Greg's comments this morning about not living in the world of advocacy. Our job as staff is not to advocate. Our job is to truly carry out the direction of council. So when we are looking at our city code, we are taking that information and we are applying it to our functions, to our operations. There's very little room there for our interpretation, if you will. We carry forth what's laid out in city code. We also have the city code in its entirety on our website. It's searchable. It's available for the public to look at and any of us to access. Like I said, if you really are interested and want to come, I invite Sarah if you'd like to come look at our big city code book. I'm happy to have you. But it's a big document, and it's something that I am grateful to have the opportunity to kind of maintain and manage. So I'll pause. Actually, this is the end of my portion of the presentation. I took all of 15 minutes, and Sterling will get the rest. But I'll open it up for any questions that you might have as it relates to charter code.
Wondering if you can elaborate briefly on some of the provisions of the city charter, that amendments that were approved, the ones that you feel very salient to every, what we do as an organization, but procurement or whatever you want to touch on, but maybe just high level examples of what the voters approved.
Absolutely. You're testing my memory though. I've had an election since then. One of the major components of the charter amendments that were proposed to the voters back in 2023 really encompassed a lot of our work within our purchasing department. Contracts, our purchasing thresholds, some of the rules that surround our taxation. Particularly, we increased our purchasing threshold from $50,000 to $100,000. So what that means is for these amendments, staff would have to come to council with any purchase that we want above at or above $50,000. As time has gone on, $50,000 is no longer a high threshold. It has become more and more a normal type of purchase that we as a city of our size would be carrying out. So what that means is that we were coming to you all the time with all the purchases, which again, from a transparency standpoint, I recognize that is great for our public, but it does slow down, right? Your business as council. It slows down our ability as staff to carry out the requests that come from council, whether that is purchasing vehicles, purchasing property, and the like. So having the ability and having the approval of the voters, frankly, to increase that threshold to $100,000 has given us a lot more flexibility in how we operate our procurements and those particular thresholds. So you won't see us as much when it comes to those types of purchases, you will see us when that threshold is at a much, much higher level. Please.
And it's also important to point out that everything, expenditures are within the budget. If they weren't, they would be brought to us. So there's that safeguard that if staff is spending $90,000 on whatever, that it's in the budget to do so.
I think the other safeguard, and this is one of the messages that we shared as we were educating the public about the charter amendments that were coming forward, particularly with this increase, is that staff recognizes that there may be that are well below that $100,000 threshold that has a good community interest that may have a different type of impact. So even though it may have been budgeted, we know we want to hear about it. Our public's going to want to talk about it. So we will bring that forward proactively to have those conversations. Not everything, but it's those of high interest as well. Any others that were, everything was the big part of our,
Big one.
yeah. Questions?
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Sterling Solomon, your city attorney. I noticed while I was watching the meeting online that, and I don't like to stand at the podium, but anybody that stood here, everybody online gets a good picture of the back of my bald head. Those of you, I'm dating myself, but Letterman used to tease his cameraman. He'd say, am I supposed to stand about right here, even though the X was back here, so. Hi, everybody online. I want to, before I get into all of the details that I'm going to talk about today, and let me see if I can. There we go. Turn it over. Okay, so that's forward. One of the things I wanted to touch on first, and it's something that you said this morning, Greg, and I heard it in a new way. And this is a topic I've been over hundreds of times, but perpetuity of the record being created in our meetings is something that I don't think even I fully appreciate. It does exist, perpetuity, and that's a word in law school that we hated, the rule of perpetuities. It's something that nobody understands, and it really didn't matter, but it does matter what we put on the record. So the one little add-on that I'll make to that before I jump in, there are lots of things that you will see, and council members, staff, I'm talking to both of you in a setting anywhere in the city where there could be an issue that, oh, that looks a little bit dangerous. And you may want to raise your hand during, the to from and say, hey, I noticed this today and I think somebody's going to get killed in that crosswalk. That's not something that we would say from the dais. Maybe if you wanted to bring it to the attention of the city management or someone else outside of the public meeting, that record is getting created. Statements that could create liability that are easy for attorneys to pick up if they ever want to file suit against the city. Yes.
It's important to note that like Zoolander, Sterling has different looks. So like his blue steel look might be like, shut up right now.
That look is just poker face. I try to keep a poker face, but I don't do a very good job. So I know it's been a long day already. I'm going to try and get us ahead of schedule, something I have never done before. I'm going to try to do that, set a record. This morning when it was cold and crisp, I come from a ranching family, and I have to start with a joke whenever I present, even though I'm going to go shorter than I'm supposed to. The joke is this. I thought of, we used to have to go out and break up the ice on mornings like this. And the last couple of weeks, it's just been very cold. And we'd have to haul hay if there wasn't enough feed naturally growing. And it made me think of a dad joke. What does the cow say? Ooh. What does a happy cow say? Ooh. Hey.
Oh,
Let's look around for a minute. Sorry, guys.
I needed to stay on the right.
Yeah, that's one of the worst ones I've ever.
And after just telling you the perpetuity of the record is an issue, sorry, I put that on the record. So, open meeting law. I'll go back to that slide, actually. Two of those three words, 66% of what's up there usually puts people to sleep. Meetings and law, period, end of story. So we try to keep it as interesting as we can as we move through this. So I've got a couple of jokes, no more dad jokes, but every once in a while, you'll see one of these pop in here, and I'll let you just soak that up. I know some of the council members here have seen these many, many times, and so we'll move pretty quickly through this. But something that obviously the whole purpose, you'll hear them called sunshine laws, open meeting laws, anything that transparency, it's all about letting the public know what the public body is doing. And everything that I'm talking about under open meeting law and public records, it is geared toward that one goal. When in doubt, what's the most transparent thing to do? That's the goal. So under Arizona law, under the open meeting law statute, which is 43101 under Title 38, the key word in this statute here is that all meetings should be open to the public and anyone desiring to attend. So this came up during COVID. You could attend virtually. You could watch the streaming online, and we've had a lot of improvements thanks to IT since then that allow people to attend through any kind of means, electronic means included. Now, we'll get into that a little more here in a bit, but it's the policy, and this again goes back to the whole reason we want everything that is going to be discussed posted so people can know if they want to come that night, talk to the issue, express their concerns to the council. We have to post an agenda that explains enough to let them know what the topic is so they can come and do that. So what constitutes an actual meeting? A meeting is a gathering in person or through a technological device that allows you as the public body to discuss, propose, or take legal action, including deliberations. So again, the purpose of this slide is mostly to let you know this includes everything. You see the two words social media up here. I don't want anybody to be confused. You can still have a social media account and post on that social media account. Just be aware that if you're in some of the smaller chat rooms of those social media accounts or on platforms, and there are other council members in there, you could be engaging in an open meeting law violation. So you have to be not a violation, but something that could be questioned. Yes.
I had a question about that. I've been refraining from liking or loving some of my fellow colleagues' posts, and I hope they don't think I don't like them anymore.
No,
but is that the right thing to do?
I think I'm not going to say yes or no. It's ultimately up to you. But I will say that if you know other council members are on that same group or you're friends with them online, somebody could technically point to it. I want to be very careful with social media because you have a right as a council member still to express yourself. You have First Amendment rights too. The open meeting law may put some parameters on that, but with social media, the caution that you're using, I think that's great, but just know you don't have to go overboard. But chat rooms, text, telephone, and email communications, any of it constitute a meeting. So the whole legislative intent, again, openness in government. The policy is we want all of your deliberations and proceedings to be conducted openly. It maximizes the opportunity for the public to comment. And any uncertainty, like I said, when in doubt, err on the side of transparency. I will say, back to that perpetuity of the record, I love that phrase. It stuck with me here. But we did have one meeting where there were some issues with something stated that actually posed a security risk to the city. We had to go back and redact what was posted as part of the meeting, and that was a really dicey issue from a legal perspective. I did a lot of research on that. I won't go into the details of it. To be careful what we put out there as part of So again, oh, sorry, somebody have a question?
If it was when we were on council or before our time.
Oh, I'm not gonna say, I don't want anybody to know. If you go back and start looking for that little,
No, I would.
I'm kidding. So, again, meetings are open to the public. Legal action has to take place in the meeting. And any proposed discussion of action has to take place also, and only agenda items can be discussed. So earlier somebody mentioned, hey, Sterling might chime in and say we're straying from the agenda item, where we kind of get far from the topic sometimes. And I do squirm a little bit about that, because somebody may want to come and comment on what we're starting to delve into, and that could constitute an open meeting. By the way, questions as we go. I appreciated your question, Councilmember Garcia, but anybody, staff, council, any of you, if you have any questions. So another example again, those of you who are new on council. I think there are a lot of discussions that you have with your constituents, with staff, with management, with my office. Just be aware, anytime you're talking about city business, it's technically, there are three other council members there, and I hate to get into counting, because two council members can talk and then they can each go talk to two separate council members, and you've got an open meeting law violation. You have to be careful about that. But the point is, it's all supposed to be. So again, back to the agenda. Under 43102, the agenda has to, we have to state when and where, inform the public of what we're going to discuss. Generalities such as old business or new business are not enough. We have to be more specific than that to cover the topic. Only a 24-hour public notice is needed, but I love it for our meetings. Not only do we have the Friday or Thursday publication, draft agenda for a week and a half out. So there's plenty of time, plenty of notice. I think Flagstaff does an incredible job making sure the public and the community are aware. By the way, this includes boards and commissions. They are subject to open meeting law as well. Now, committees that are formed by the city manager are not, but commissions that are appointed by council are, and that's because your authority with respect to open meeting law is also an obligation for them. So the quorum requirement, what is a quorum? It's the majority of membership. So if we have, I love to go into this example, if we have 7 of you, but only 6 of you show up, and there's a 3-3 vote, what happens to that item? If it was to approve something and the vote was 3-3, a tie dies. If there are only 6 council members present, you have to have a full 4 still, a majority vote. But that's kind of a little bit astray from this, but it's something that comes up all the time. So I'm just making sure everybody is reminded of it now. But having that quorum, it's just 4 out of the 7 council members. You don't have to have a meeting if you don't have a quorum, and you actually just go home. You have to post and come back later. All the presentations need to be rescheduled, and you just communicate, with staff that, sorry. Yes.
To that point, over the last 2 years, I remember a council member wanted to just leave the room, not vote, but leave the room so they didn't have to vote. That's still, if they were there on roll call, that number or pretty quorum fixed, just because you leave.
Unless it's a declared conflict of interest. In which case I do advise leaving the room, so that we'll get into that here in a minute. But if it's just, I don't want to vote on this, so I'm going to go step out and make a phone call. You're on the roll, and your vote, if that vote happens while you're away as a council member, your vote is entered as an affirmative vote, just as Stacy said. Thank you. So executive sessions, this is the exception to the rule. I've talked with Most of you on council about this already. The most used, like Stacy said this morning, litigation, contract, property negotiations, legal advice, employment is probably fourth on that list. But in executive session, what is discussed, even with staff members in there, we're all subject to the same rule of confidentiality. And it's not just attorney-client privilege. Attorney-client privilege is held by the client. If you as a client say, I want to divulge what I discussed with you as the attorney, or your legal advice, you can technically do that, but you don't have a right to, I want to divulge what I discussed in executive session. That's a separate confidentiality requirement. When it comes to those executive sessions, if you ever have any questions, please don't hesitate to just give me a call. I'm not the only one my office isn't the only one that can call an executive session. It's for property negotiations. Dan Folks division has property in it, and Bryce Doty does executive sessions all the time too. So, and we just had one this week, which is another subsection of the statute. So prohibited the acts and violations, polling individual council members to reach a decision. You know, y'all meet up for drinks afterwards and talk about, hey, what are you going to do on this? And what are you going to do on this? That happened. Any kind of discussion or deliberation outside the meeting, even if it's between less than a quorum outside the meeting for the purpose of circumventing the open meeting law, it can be a problem because, like I say, you may talk to another council member. Emails, social media, texts, soliciting third parties to gather or pass information. So this is called serial communications. If you're asking a staff member or a friend to go pass information on to council members about where you stand or to find out where they stand.
Question?
Yes.
I'm confused. If I'm new on the council, so I'm aware that if I want to advance a particular project or an idea that I have, I need to tell individual council members about my idea, and no point in bringing an idea forward unless there are 3 other council members that say, that's a good idea, let's discuss it. But here, your statement says that it's between less than a quorum. That could be I talking to one other council member about an idea I want to bring forward. Is that prohibited?
Talking to one, I wouldn't say that's a problem. And like I said, I hate to get into numbers, but we have a very open process called the FAIR process under the rules of procedure, where you can bring an idea up, email it to the city manager, you can state it during to from at the council meeting, and then you can explain your reason when that FAIR comes up for consideration by the council if they want to talk about that. And that's to be done openly, transparently. That's the goal of the sunshine laws. So going to each individual council member ahead of time is actually something that gets into the problematic realm. Even about city business and could result in discussions, deliberations, and potential action. I would say talking to one other one, you don't need to worry too much.
Okay, talking to one other one isn't a concern. Then at a separate time, I'll talk to another one, and then another one. That's the problem.
That's the serial communications issue, where now you've shared what the city business is going to be, what your position is on it, how you're trying to gather their thoughts on it. And the goal is that is to happen publicly in front of the community. And by the way, I know with 2 new council members, I've already talked to you both and mentioned that I'll have a more lengthy discussion with each of you present, the 3 of us. If Stacy wants to join, that's fine too, but she's pretty busy. So, but if you have any questions that you want to ask me then too that come up. Yes.
Just to share something that has been valuable to me, at least. If I want to, like, maybe talk to council members, something, I'll say, now I've already talked to vice mayor, so you're my other person. is commonly what we say, so that you know that we consist of three. So that you don't turn around and then talk to Councilmember Garcia and stuff. So I think a lot of us have had that habit to say, you're gonna be the two people. And then they know they don't spread it out to somebody else, that they're like, okay, who else have you told? Can we talk about this? And those, I think amongst us, we've had those conversations just to make sure that we don't accidentally violate an open meeting law.
And yet even that makes me nervous, I will say. And that Stacy's not surprised. I'm not surprised to hear Stacy laugh. When you're actually designating, okay, I've talked to this one and that one, you're actually passing on to another council member that, hey, I've discussed this and this is what we talked about. And it gets to a point where if that, either one of those slips and talks to a fourth, just forgets. It could be a problem. That's why I try not to talk about numbers. If you do want to talk about city business, the best bet is to do it in, that's the safest thing.
Yes, briefly. So on the second point here, we talked about discussing past things that came up, items that came up at the council, amongst each other, present. But then we also lie in that whole what could come up in the future. So even just being friends with the council member and talking about some ideas for the future, will that also impact open meeting law?
So if it's about city business and something you are considering bringing before the council, and that's the context of the question that I got from Councilmember Spence. Yes, my advice is make it a fair. Or talk to the city manager about putting it on an agenda, because the public is entitled to understand what your ideas and thoughts are about city business for. That's the purpose of the laws. And if you ever have any questions on that, don't be afraid.
And just since we're here and it's a public setting, and Councilmember Spence went down to a similar type of production down in Phoenix with the
legal training. Yeah.
Yeah. And that's why I think it's important for at least us to be discussing this now, is because they were a little bit more liberal about that idea. They were saying stuff like, yeah, you should talk to 2 or 3 other council members. How else are you gonna get anything done? And then we come here and they're like, you shouldn't.
You're not the first council member to tell me that. Nancy down at the league. Makes me so nervous. I'm gonna be quite candid here. We have a very, very, very involved electorate in Flagstaff. They pay attention here in Flagstaff more than any other city or town that I've worked for. And people are watching. And I hate to make it sound like you need to be looking over your shoulder all the time, but the better practice is let's just do this in public. Yes.
Can I make one point about e-session? And this is more for the public than council members, because I think everyone knows. We are only receiving advice or having discussions about these. Or we get advice more than anything, but we are not making decisions on policy.
Right. There are no decisions in executive session.
And we're not discussing what we think about things, are getting advice from you, and then we have that discussion downstairs.
I will say with respect to legal advice, that's 100% the case. There's really no discussion unless from council members, unless it's a legal question, or from staff unless it's a legal question for legal advice. But when it comes to litigation, contract and property negotiations, and employment, often staff is going to be seeking direction. And so we can have a bit of a discussion in there about which direction you would prefer to go. But ultimately, if that is the direction that council wants to, it has to be approved out in the open meeting. I have a little bit of an issue with that one. I think you should be able to give direction in executive session, and there's a case in this state that's just upside down and wrong. And I've asked the AG for an interpretation on it. Because I think it should be overturned. I think councils have to give direction in executive session on litigation. That's a different story for another day, but you're right. If it's legal advice, it's just, we're giving you the advice. If you have more legal questions, we can talk about that, but we're not engaging in the deliberations that would lead to. All right. Again, this one is all about the quorum. Yeah, everybody's getting together, and whether it was Larry's birthday party or the NAU event or whatever it was, ultimately you have these members of the public saying, hey, I thought this was all supposed to be open. If that's something I have seen where a council opens a meeting, makes a motion, votes on it with no discussion, that I actually recessed the meeting and we had to deal with a very difficult issue there because it was clear they had already talked. So. No, it wasn't here. No, another community. So email and other communications, like I said, I've talked about this already, and you've already received a few emails from me on this. When you're replying to any email that is sent from a third party outside, they just type in mayor and council, and it comes to all of you. Please refrain from using the reply all option, because then we're starting a discussion, a back and forth that could lead to city. Yes.
This just came up, that's why I'm thinking about it. And I don't know where the exact line is, but if I had a birthday party or a party and invited council, that has to go on the city calendar as a possible quorum.
Right. We post potential quorums where there could be majority of council present, but no city business will be discussed. Stacy does that every day.
What about if we go to the homecoming game and, I see Mayor over there, Brando over there?
You'll bump into them every once in a while. Just don't discuss city business. You can't stop living your life. You can still, go out and be who you are and interact with council members, but just make sure you're not discussing city business. I will say that if it's a group of you, like I said, going out for drinks after the meeting, that looks a little suspect because you were all just talking city business and it's a problem. So that you just have to be judicious about it. But yeah, absolutely, you can still associate with council members, even if it hasn't been possible before. So use of emails among members of the quorum. Again, the public doesn't have access to that. Emails about city business or public record. Texts are as well. I've mentioned that already, but if you're ever in doubt, whether you're talking about city business or not, if it's anything related to the city, it's going to be a public record, and we'll get into that. Those emails, every email you send, even from your private email, if it's about city business, they're open to the public inspection. So penalties, if found guilty of an open meeting law violation, the court can levy a fine of up to $5,000 against you individually as the council member, 500, excuse me, against the council member for each violation. And the council member has to personally pay that fine. It's not the city, and subject to removal from office. So not fun. We were just talking about this here, social events. I won't dwell on that any longer unless anybody has another question on that. Or anybody wants to jump in on anything. How to avoid the pitfalls of open meeting law. So again, no polling of other council members on city business. Limit your discussions with other council members to the public meetings. Don't send emails, text, social media to each other. Distribute the information to council through the open meeting. That's the goal here. And if you have a quorum, if you don't have a quorum, when you show up for the meeting, you have to disband, not have the meeting. Then avoid the and talk up to 2 others. That kind of goes back to talking about Councilmember Matthews. Be very, very cautious with that. Identifying who's been talked to and making sure we keep it in this circle that can come back to haunt you. So public records law and conflict of interest. So under Title 39, well, here we are again, drat the sunshine, government in secret. I have to say, I think Kevin Finsel, he found most of these cartoons way back in the day, and that's why many of you council members have seen them for a very long time.
But,
Maybe he could do another Google search for some.
yeah, we'll try and mix it up for next time. Yeah, predates Google. We were actually using Dewey Decimal System to find copying, pasting. Yeah, public records are open to it. 39 are to be in custody. If they're in custody of any officer, they are open to inspection by any person. And this isn't just residents or citizens of Flagstaff, it's anybody. Anywhere that can ask for it. So the media asks us all the time for records. They make public records requests. So even that napkin is sitting by my computer there. If I wrote down a bunch of notes on that, I take care of it for you. Don't shred it. It's now a public record, and I may have to disclose that napkin. Who has the requirement? All officers of the public body shall maintain the records, including records as defined in 151.18, reasonably necessary or appropriate to maintain an accurate knowledge of their official activities. The reason I used the napkin right before getting to that, was it absolutely necessary? Well, if it's about city business and it's a note that you need to talk about later, technically, yes. If that was to help you in your job as a city council member or as a staff member, and it's part of the city business and it is open to inspection and disclosure to the public. With exceptions, disclosures, confidentiality, obviously some statutes declare certain things confidential. Infrastructure locations, you don't want to be giving that kind of information out to the public, or specifics of utility billings, specific residents. There are lots of them. The Arizona Attorney General's Handbook on public meetings and public records has just a whole plethora of all the statutes that declare some things confidential. So records under that 41-151-18 are everything basically that's preserved or appropriate for preservation by the agency, or is legitimate accessory evidence of the organization, functions, policies, decisions, procedures, operations. I think, and again, I am trying to set a record here today because I've always gone long, and it's typically because we have a lot of questions, but I haven't even seen the 20 minutes yet, Fred. That's good. Does anybody have any questions on what you might think is a public record? Okay, getting into the production of records. It applies to paper and electronic documents, including emails, texts, chats, other written or electronic communication. So yes, social media is included in that, and we have Archive Social that actually tracks everything and makes a record of that so that we can comply if somebody asks for these employees and council members' posts regarding X, Y, and Z or whatever. This includes your home computer, your personal phone, and anything you use for city business, a notepad, an electronic notepad. If you don't have a process for retention, how are you tracking what's city and what's personal, then create one. Just make sure you're aware of where you're keeping your public records, and it's much easier when requests come in if you know where they're at, because then Stacy's office works very diligently to find out who was included, and you have to gather your emails, send them back to the staff member, and then our office reviews them to make sure there's nothing confidential that needs to be redacted or that can't be disclosed under statute. Conflict of interest law. Speak for itself. This one is pretty simple. I'll get to it relatively quickly here. This applies to all of us. This is even Sam back there. It applies to him. Every single one of us. If there's a conflict
It's a little more upfront for you as council members because you're the ones discussing and making decisions. But if it has to do with a pecuniary or a financial interest of you or immediate family, and I'll get into that a little, then you probably have what we call a substantial conflict of interest. Generally speaking, any public officer or employee whose relative has a substantial interest in a decision of the public agency or any contract, sale, or purchase or service, such public agency must disclose that interest in the official record, not vote on or participate in the discussion or transaction. So what does this look like? Seen it a few times. Before we get into, is it a conflict or is it not? And this is classic. Legislature, I know we said we're not going to cast shade on anybody in here, but you don't define something as substantial interest as anything other than a remote interest. That's not how you define something, but that's kind of what they did. Substantial interest means any non-speculative, pecuniary, or proprietary. It's money, it's financial. You have, or an immediate family member has a possible benefit coming from a decision that the council will make, or a lucrative loss, a beneficial loss that a decision of council members, or that the decision of the council could cause you or a family member. That needs to be declared as a substantial conflict of interest in the record. And again, any of your relatives' finance or pecuniary property, proprietary interests. Are there any questions on this? Yes.
Well, let's get into it. I've been on a council where one council member accused the other council member or tried to get them excused from a vote about bicycles because the other council member sold bicycles out of his garage.
So there are a couple of exceptions that apply to the conflict of interest laws. Let me get to that because I have a slide on it. Can I ask you just to put your question on ice for just a second? Cool, it's on ice.
The question.
Oh, okay.
It's a prompt.
It's a prompt, I get it. 3 questions you need to ask to identify. Will my decision have a positive or negative impact on me or the interests of my relatives? Do I have a monetary ownership or ownership interest in the matter? And is my interest other than one of designated remote interests? That's what we're talking, or that's what we're talking about in the context of a council member who owns a business, that there may be other similar businesses. How many other similar businesses? We'll get into that. What is a remote interest? They are those that are financial or property interests deemed to be so minor as not to trigger the reporting or non-participation requirements under the conflict of interest. So you may still vote if there's a remote conflict of interest. So a couple of examples, remote interest, that of a non-salaried officer of a nonprofit corporation. There's no problem being an unpaid director of the Boys and Girls Club and voting to approve a new building project for the club coming before the council. You don't stand to gain anything financially from that. It seems pretty close, and that's a good question. Come and ask me if you have something like that. But that one would be a remote interest. A recipient of services under the same terms and conditions. We talked about the water rates discussion last year, and how all of you as council members pay those water rates. So yeah, technically it's going to impact me financially, but because everybody is impacted by the same thing, it's a remote interest, not a substantial interest. But the rule of 10 is what Councilmember Aslan is prompting me to talk about. Any member of a trade or business or occupation, profession, or class of persons consisting of at least 10, a minimum of 10 members, which is no greater than the interest of the other members of that trade, business, occupation, profession, or class. That is a remote interest. And I think we all saw one fairly recently where a member of the public asked for an opinion on that. I'm going to tell you there is no definitive line on when legal memo is written by me on a conflict of interest, whether it's substantial or remote, the public may bring it up, a council member may bring it up. As you were talking about, one council member asking about another council member's interest. I usually wait until a council member or the city manager asks me to draft it. But if it's something of such, public import, a discussion that a lot of people have noticed happening, has a high profile appearance to it, then I may do a conflict of interest memo.
Mr. Sterling,
Yes.
I want to ask a question, give you a chance to drink.
Make it a long question.
Tying a couple of things together here. Every now and then, we have situations where there isn't a legal conflict of interest pursuant to your advisement. But the elected official may nevertheless be troubled with what might be a perceived conflict. It's not a real conflict, but there's a perception of conflict. Going back to it was either you or Stacy talking about the charter and the obligation to vote. How do you deal with it then if a council member says, I'm going to abstain from voting because of a perceived conflict? Is that then considered an affirmative vote pursuant to the charter? How do you reconcile that?
So I've always wondered when this question would come, and I hoped it wouldn't be in front of everybody.
Yes. Sorry.
No, it's okay, because it's a question of mine. And honestly, if it's something that is a remote interest, I think my advice would be, and I'm not afraid to share this publicly, if it's just a remote interest, in my opinion, then your vote will likely be entered as an affirmative vote if you choose to step away from the dais and leave the room. If it's being used in that manner to circumvent the voting responsibility, which is what our voters here in Flagstaff have said. We really want you to deliberate and vote on what you can. And that's why because the voters have said an abstention is a yes, that's why I lean that direction. Now, if I found something in case law or some interpretation of Robert's Rules of Order that said otherwise, I would be very surprised. I would still most likely lean in the direction of what has said. But if it's a substantial conflict, no doubt that doesn't have anything to do with affirmative vote for an abstention. Yes.
I had a couple of questions. Mainly just one question. So I was on a number of local boards in town when I became elected, and most of those boards were like, Anthony, thank you for your service. Now that you're elected. Creative Flagstaff, Sunnyside Neighborhood Association just moved me to a non-voting board member. Is that good enough, or?
Your questions, if you go back to the 3 questions, to determine whether you have, will my decision have a positive or negative impact on the interests of me or my relatives financially? Do I have a monetary or ownership interest in the matter, other than one of those designated? So even if you were to stay a voting member of those nonprofit boards, now if the board is going to receive some money from the city, that could be a different story. And that's why I'm always very open. My door is open. Please, let's talk through these, because some could be a little different than others. Just never know when it's best to talk through it all. I like to ask a lot of questions and get all the information I can before I render an opinion on it. A good question. I appreciate that. All right. So again, no problem for a member of the council who's a property owner to discuss a vote on zoning amendments that impact numerous other property owners here. That's one example of the rule of 10. In the example of the bikes, there were many more than 10 bike shops in the city of Flagstaff. So that council member had a remote interest, in my opinion, and stayed on for the discussion and the vote. What if you have a substantial conflict? So this is the part I was talking about. You refrain from voting and you won't have You won't have an affirmative vote entered on the record. You don't even participate in the discussion. You make a conflict of interest known on the official record. So it would be one where you say, Mayor, can I have just a second when you get to this item? I have a substantial conflict of interest on this one. I'm going to step off the dais and out of the room. That puts it on the record, but any questions on why you're asked to leave the room or invited or advised is the better way to put it. It's your choice.
If you're still in the room, your body language will be interpreted by people that are on the dais.
Spot on. You were talking about many faces of Sterling. That wasn't how you put it. How did you put it?
Zoolander.
Zoolander, that's right. Oh, I've never been so complimented. I love it. But that's exactly why. You don't want to even have the appearance of influencing council members one way or the other. And if you're out of the room, nobody can say you were shooting word glances or encouraging looks, thumbs ups or anything like that. So body language. By the way, I majored in communication in college. 80% of what we read in conversations in person is body language, nonverbal. It may have gone down a little bit. People text so much these days. So what if you aren't sure? Again, don't be afraid to ask us. If an official written legal opinion is given, in case of the bikes or recently with downtown businesses, that opinion goes on file with the city clerk's office and it's open to the public. All of my legal opinions are confidential except for conflict of interest. So that one's a little bit unique about that. So other prohibitions, gifts and bribes. This one kind of speaks for itself, but please never use your official position, whether as an employee or a council member, to secure, and also never accept any valuable thing or benefit that would not ordinarily accrue to you in the performance of official duties. So this one, I've had people ask, what if it's only $20 or what if it's just lunch? I'm going to leave that to you. If it's lunch at the Biltmore and the bill is a heck of a lot more, then you might want to be pretty careful with that. If you're going to, Fratelli's, you're probably going to be okay. But just be aware that people are watching that sort of thing.
Sterling,
Yes.
on things where like people bring in baked goods and chocolates and all that stuff to City Hall, I've always been of the thought that they can bring them down to our office and we will evaluate the value. Make a determination.
So Chief's wife, Gaylord's wife does some amazing baking. I assume that's a predetermined value already. If you meet that state, yes, then that's a very high value and that would definitely be a bribe.
Joking aside, though, I've been around hot water with gift giving at, from division heads on certain levels. So I think it's sideways in times.
Yeah. I'll be very candid with,
Even though we think it's the most small little thing.
yeah, as the city, deputy city attorney, when I first joined the city in 2013, I quickly became involved in water matters. Some officials from Snowball said, come on up anytime, we'll let you in for free. No, thanks. I appreciate it though. Pay for my ticket just like everyone else. So.
You've been around that long. Who is that council member who always recused himself? That engineer that came on for Art Babbitt?
He always recused himself because his business was involved in so many different things.
It was a conflict.
Yeah, Councilmember Mark Woodson. He was doing the right thing. He was asking us about it and it's very wise. So public perception and the appearance of conflict, any additional filters in your decision-making process, just kind of the common sense approach, but we'll go through them anyway. Is there sufficient appearance that your continued participation would harm your credibility or that of the council, commission, or the board? We do this presentation with boards and commission members too, and they've said the same thing. I think that we need to get some new jokes, cartoons, so. Is the accusation reasonably grounded? Fake news. That's like, need I say more? If somebody's just trying to throw up smoke to cause trouble for you, there's a side of that where, no, I'm going to continue to do my job. Does the accuser stand to gain something by your withdrawal from the discussion or the decision? So that's, again, on that side of things, somebody trying to get you out of the mix when they really shouldn't be. If you have any questions on any of that, again, don't be afraid to come talk to me. For conflicts of interest, contracts are voidable. Affected person may sue, which could be any competitor that didn't get that contract. And the court will assess attorney's fees and costs against the city, but against the person who didn't declare the conflict and had a substantial conflict. And as well, for forfeiture of office, it's a knowing or intentional violation of a conflict of interest. That's a felony. The misdemeanor is a negligent or a reckless violation of the conflict of interest. Again, those words, knowing, intentional, negligent, reckless, Chief Connolly deals with those on a very regular basis, and so does our office. If you have any questions about that, please don't hesitate to ask. And with that, I finally set the record. Thank you. Large today. That's the way I would say it on Strava. PR.
Langley, Public Affairs Director, here to talk to you about some lighter topics today, mostly how we outreach to our public and how we communicate. This really includes our work with our local media outlets and those down in the valley, our social media presence, videos that we create, our city website, our very exciting new community engagement platform, and then those emails that you're probably all really familiar with that go to council@flagstaffaz.gov. So we'll talk about all those topics. The first is our traditional media outlets and how we work with them. So that's really things like print, radio, and then the online version of newspapers that you see. Of course, it's important that we have a really strong working relationship with our local media because they are really a great so that we can reach our community. This is probably things that you check every day in the morning, like the Daily Sun, CAF News, KNAU, Arizona's Family, those types of things. And our media relations work in two ways. The first is us being proactive and reaching out to the media through pitching stories. So that would be through a news release, example you can see there on the screen. And then the second would be us responding to media requests. So when they ask us questions, we try and get information back to them. Focusing in on that first channel, we regularly send out news releases to our community, and those highlight things like changes in programming that we have, opportunities for residents to become involved, or just other developments that the public should be aware of. Of course, we don't really have a guarantee that the media will pick it up, but we generally do pretty good. You can see an example on the screen here. So this was, I think, one of our public art projects. There's the release, and then you can see kind of the corresponding article. So great free coverage that we get from local channels. Just to note, those releases are sent out to the mayor and council, so you should be receiving. They also appear on our website's homepage for a couple. The second way that we work with media is responding to their inquiries. And public affairs works as a sort of clearinghouse for those inquiries as they come in. This is especially true during instances of like high public interest, whether that be flooding or a snowstorm, something like that. We only respond to media requests that are related to city business, and not doing that is how we can get kind of sideways with our partners. So it's really important that we evaluate, okay, is this a question for the city or is it maybe for the county or the school district? We want to make sure that we're not speaking for them, we're just speaking for our own times. So when we do get a request that's related to city business, we strive to respond as quickly as possible. Reporters often have, a deadline of a couple hours. we want to make sure that we're meeting their request. And then we also make sure that we are not sharing opinions or anything that's not factual. We as city staff, you know, our opinions are not relevant. We're here to communicate with the public about the city and the city's business, and that's where it ends. Sometimes reporters will ask to speak with yourselves as mayor of council. In that instance, we will forward you the request and let you know about it, and then we'll let you decide how you'd like to respond. We are happy to help prepare talking points if your interview is related to the city program. Feel free to reach out for that. All right, so social media is another way we interact with our community. I thought this was interesting. Even back in 2021, 26% of our residents said that social media was their preferred way to get information about the city. I'm sure it's grown since then. So it's at least a quarter of our residents. This is where they're going for city information. We have official city presence on a lot of different channels, and those channels all allow us to target, you know, different demographics, different age groups, different segments of our community. Our posts are related to a variety of content. So it might be updating the public about the Beulah University project, what's going on there. Maybe it's highlighting some of HR's efforts and their recruitment, or maybe it's more of a series. So the example here we have here who was kind enough to volunteer to participate in our Meet Team Flagstaff series. So that's something that we do to just kind of subtly remind the community that the city government is actually made up of really hardworking folks who are experts in the field. What about our social media? We also do videos. We found that people love to watch stuff versus reading stuff. So it's a great way to get our viewers engaged. And we can produce a variety of videos. The first is on the side there, our planning director, Michelle McNulty. She volunteered to be in an Instagram reel explaining the regional plan, and that post actually did really well. So it's a great way to kind of make topics that are maybe a little bit inaccessible, who maybe haven't interacted with that topic yet. And then for more formal videos, we have another example here, our new onboarding video, kind of here with new employees, starting with the city. And for those, we can reach out to videographers who are working in the city, professional videographers. We contract with them to produce something that's of a really high quality. So we have kind of a range of videos that we can make that's, you know, support different purposes and causes.
You have an in-house team that does this type of work as well, or is it just on the department kind of just putting their resources together?
So we can do the social media type videos in-house. We normally just shoot those on an iPhone. There's very limited editing, lighting a bit. And then for the contracted videographers, Public Affairs has a budget. So, you know, we always put out an invitation. Any division can come to us. And if they have an idea for a video, we're happy to work with them. It's our budget to support what they're doing to support that.
That video?
You know, people are welcome to play it. Otherwise, it's like 5 minutes long, so it might be might be a little long. But feel free afterward to go through and watch it. I think it's really great, and a lot of our employees participated in that video as well.
I heard it was an all-star lineup.
With some folks in the room as well.
Are you in it, Greg?
Right, so the city website, I'm sure we've all visited the website. And this is a place where we've done a lot of work over the past year to make improvements. We've really been focused on cleaning up content, getting rid of old pages, and then also having a focus on making our website more accessible for all residents in our community. And that work is really ongoing. We have a great new software tool that allows us it flags those issues for us so that we don't have to go looking for them. So we're working with our divisions to address those issues that are flagged. And then another development with our website, we recently rolled out the first training program for our website editors. So people who work on the city website are all around the city. We have over 100 people with access to the city website. And so we've recently rolled out a training program and a certification quiz where if they want to work on the website, they have to pass this quiz. And we think that'll really help in making the website more consistent, more accurate, just easier to navigate. To see the impacts of that.
You indicated that press releases were located on the website for a time. And there's a button that says archives, but I've never been able to find old press releases.
I can walk you through it. There, it's a little funky. It kind of puts them in a folder. But we can also work with Civic Plus and see if we can make that easier to navigate. But yeah, all releases should be archived on the website as well. There. So some exciting news that we have a new community engagement platform that we're launching soon. It's called Social Pinpoint. We worked with a group of people from all over across the city to help us choose this platform. So we really think it's going to fit the needs of the city. Social Pinpoint will allow our staff to engage with the community in a variety of ways. So before, you may remember, we only were able to do surveys. We can go far to things like project feeds. So just people can subscribe to a project and see any updates that we put on the feed. We can do things like Q&As, forums, visioning boards, newsletters, mapping projects, all sorts of different stuff. So we're really excited to get this launched. We have our first project ready to go out next week. And then, so that'll be kind of a soft launch. And then later in February, we will be advertising the platform for community members to register and sign up. And they can select which type of projects they're interested in hearing about, which neighborhoods they're interested in hearing about. So should be pretty cool. And then lastly, we have our emails from residents that come in directly to the council at email address. And Tiffany in our office does a great job in managing these emails. You've probably seen her sending these out to different staff. Basically, we divide them into two areas. The first is emails that come in where residents are really just kind of sharing their opinion with council. In that instance, Tiffany will go ahead and forward that to the relevant staff member at the city, just for their awareness. And then, of course, you as council member see it. You're welcome to reply, but there's no requirement. And then the second group of emails that we get is residents that are maybe reporting a problem or asking a question about a specific program service. When that happens, Tiffany follows the same format. She sends that out to whichever staff member is most relevant. And she'll ask that staff member to formulate a response, whether that be, a solution to the problem, letting the resident know how it's already being addressed, something like that. And then that staff member will reply to the resident and copy mayor and council. So that way you're seeing that the resident has been answered, and you can also see the response in case you were curious about the question as well.
Just an add-on, all of this is relatively new, last years, and I think the program has really reached a high level, and I thank you and the team for that. Wonderful that we have a good methodology here. The comment is that sometimes this does take time. Some of these queries are easy to answer, some are not. So for council and specifically the new council, if you're not seeing a response right away, that might just be indicative that we're taking some time to formulate a response. I don't think we let many slip through the crack anymore. I think we're pretty diligent about all of it.
He's got a great system going.
Thanks.
Sarah, can I just ask a question? So when the SMEs are responding, so we're CCing mayor and council, and I think sometimes kind of going back to Sterling's presentation on reply all. So is there would it be better to BCC mayor and council? I mean, I want to make sure mayor and council knows that they're all seeing their response, but I'm just thinking that might be a better way for us to handle that, just from a staff perspective when we're responding.
Can definitely do that. And yeah, Tiffany's okay. Let's see.
I'm going to chime in and say the same thing you usually want. Yes. It's just council has to be careful about. Yeah, yeah. Yeah. As long as the member of the public knows that they're satisfied by them.
Done in the past is respond directly to the citizen and let them know that we are also forwarding to mayor and council, and then send that to mayor and council. So it doesn't, if the resident responds, they're responding to us instead of to mayor and council again, which then kind of starts that back and forth. That's been really helpful, and we haven't seen a problem with that.
Good to know.
So I just want to restate real fast because Kara House is not catching all the audio here. Councilmember House, the conversation was just about protocol and responding to email queries and how these are farmed out to the experts in the staff to respond. Sometimes it takes time to get those responses out. Mayor and council will be on the responsive emails so that the sender of that initial email has assurance that council is seeing the response as well. And is there anything else I missed from discussion of just now?
We just add, thank you staff for copying us because it's really important to me that I know the resident has been responded to.
Yes.
I think the one caveat, and I guess we can't reiterate it enough, when you see those emails, council, just respond back to the staff member, just don't reply all. That's the only thing we ask. And that's where that BCC can come into play, and that's something we could look into. But just keep that in the back of your mind, don't reply all.
Since we're on the topic, I just wanted to ask for my own personal knowledge. I think I only BCC'd mayor in one of my emails. That was a big question for me and still is, like, that's the mayor, but it's also like one of the 7. So it would be best just to leave mayor or any council member out of my application.
So you can include council members, again, just making sure that it doesn't get into a back and forth. That one's a dicey one, but I know, again, I've heard council members say, well, I'm just including 2 on this email. Just be caution with it, but it's okay to copy.
For me, it was just mayor because bigger, higher level.
Mice is more better.
But I like being copied. Yes. Yeah, I know. Just kind of to that point, on the emails, there has been times where it's something that seems like it's a particular high interest to the public, and it looks like it's taking a little bit longer. I have just, directly responded to the president, just saying, I know they're working on it. And then, they make a comment saying, oh, good, I was wondering why there's silence and stuff, but sometimes that helps if it's a sensitive subject and stuff.
I just wanted to add one thing that Sarah and I deal with a lot, that you actually will deal with, and the mayor deals with it a lot. You get approached by an outside organization that will say, we're going to do all these things for your city and we're going to market you a certain way. We're going to create this video for you. And it's going to be cutting edge. And what they don't tell you is it's pay to play. So what we prefer that you do so that you don't all have to have these meetings with them, because they'll set up these very elaborate meetings with you. And then you find out later, the city doesn't have to pay, but what they want you to do is have your businesses in the city to participate and they pay. And we would never really want to do that, right? So we prefer that you just send it to us, and then Sarah and I will go and look at them over. And then sometimes I even call them and I do that pitch to them. And then I get down to the very of it where they're like, oh yeah, we're not going to have you do it, but we were going to have your businesses solicited and they pay. Well, right now our businesses are dealing with a lot. So the last thing we want to do as a city is because we're asking them to spend money on our marketing. So we decide if there's a video or something, like if you like the idea or whatever, then that's what Sarah's team or the Discover Flagstaff team can do for you. And then again, we go through the right procurement processes where we get the videographer, things like that. So I just don't want you to spend a lot of time on those meetings because they will make them seem like they are very, very important. And then they don't really answer the question until we really ask them point blank. So you'll get a lot of those throughout the year, and we just want you to know we could save you a lot of time.
Any questions?
Just want to see you get yanked off the stage here.
I'm just checking here. Thank you.
Thanks, sir.
Bon Jovi.
All right, so now the time for break. We're gonna take a 15-minute break. City leadership, do you have any announcements before we go on break? Back, I'm gonna go to the back of the room and Nancy's gonna facilitate the next round, Nancy and I, on skills and strategies after 15-minute break. So make sure you come back at 2:45, please. And then there's gonna be assigned seats, so we mix you up a little bit even more this afternoon. So get some coffee and we'll see you in about 15 minutes. You.
I'm gonna get started here, so just a minute for people to get settled. We've got a tremendous amount of content already covered. And this part of the session will focus on the work of City Council as well. But what we're going to be doing is focusing just a little bit on some skills and strategies. When we met with the City Council leadership team, they emphasized how important it is for elected officials and staff to work together, and especially across different roles, different priorities, different communication styles and approaches to work in collaboration. So we've thought a lot about what we could offer in a very short period of time. And I'm going to be focusing a little bit on communication about priorities, something I've done a lot of work on. And Sarah will be focusing on the importance of collaboration, something she has done a lot of work on in her career. We're going to give you a chance also to engage these ideas in small group discussion. And if I'm honest with you, that is at the heart of what this afternoon is about. It is much less about us giving you information and having you walk away saying, well, that was amazing. Much more about giving you a chance to interact together, to practice a couple things, and really to engage in some self-reflection about skills you might have that we can all improve upon and be more flexible with as we engage in these kinds of leadership roles. So again, my focus will be on communication. This will take about, I'll just talk for about 10 minutes, then we're going to jump right into some hands-on engagement. Sarah will have a similar format. Communication skills are important for successful leadership and teamwork, something I'm sure you already know. But 2023 Forbes study revealed that 42% of workers experience stress due to ineffective communication in their workplace. And another study found that 75% of employees consider effective communication as the top leadership attribute, but only a third believe that their leaders communicate effectively. So this is something for us to attend to think about. How can we improve our own communication skills? Effective communication is important for establishing priorities. You already began at lunch talking a little bit about priorities, trying to articulate how you think about priorities, but it's also important for moving them forward because you have to say what you think and get a lot of other people on board with your ideas. So there are lots of ways to categorize communication styles. We could do a whole class just on that. I just want to mention a few dimensions that are common when thinking about communication styles and that you're going to see in the chart that's been distributed to you. One way of thinking about differences is some people are very emotional when they talk about why you should do something. Some people draw on data and facts. So that's one kind of dimension you could think about. Some people are very linear. They go, you got to start with A, then you go to B, and then now what's at C? Get to Z. Some people could care less about that. They're like, what's Z? I'm at Z already. What are we going to do, right? So this is a very fundamental difference in how people interact about it. Another is individual approaches. I start with me and what I think and my background. Or I might start with my community, my neighborhood, told me this, and I'm trying to put forward ideas about what they care about. That's a style of communicating. So what I have before you there is a chart that just lays out some different communication styles. I'm going to walk you through these, but I'm going to tell you that I'm going to ask you to reflect on your communication style. It's really important to understand how you communicate. What are the things you use to try to persuade others or even just to articulate your position and to understand that some people actually can't hear you because that's not how they approach any topic. It's not their priority. So let's just go through these 4 categories: analytical, intuitive, functional, and personal. And by the way, I could have given you, there are 10 other charts out there with different words, similar attributes. Some even go up to 7 communication styles. This is really just a tool for us today to work with and to get you thinking about your own style and to practice a little bit, some variations on that. An analytic approach is usually very unemotional. So if you're an analytic communicator, it's pretty no frills, linear communication backed up by hard facts. Analytic communicators prefer to communicate in ways that convey expertise, facts, numbers. science, research, tend to be highly focused on the end result. You might say things like a recent article said, or I read in the newspaper, or I heard a fact, right? If you think about, we were talking at the table I was sitting at about environmental issues broadly, and different people came at that really different ways. Some people talked about, one of the things that was put on the table is water supply. I'm not characterizing that individual, just saying, if you think about facts about water supply, right? We are going to have a shortage and we've got some data about that. That would be an example of an analytic approach to communication. Intuitive approach, the person using that style would like to focus on the big picture rather than getting bogged down in details. Might be talking about big picture climate change, right? Instead of the nuance of what are the details about that. Such a person or such a style, they don't need to hear things in linear order. In fact, often can find that annoying because it's like, why you got to go through all the details? Let's just jump to what can be done about it. They often prefer a very broad overview and prefer communications that are on the point, don't waste time, and are pretty happy to jump to big ideas and innovations, and are often bringing those to the table. Here's what we got to do because this would change everything, right? Very big ideas. And out of the box thinking is very comfortable for an intuitive thinker. Challenging convention is absolutely fine. The fact you had done it always this way doesn't really matter. A good sentence you might hear is, oh, an innovative new idea trend would be to prioritize this. That's the kind of thing an intuitive thinker might propose. Functional communication involves process, a focus on process, precision, detail, timelines, and well thought out plans. People who prefer functional communication tend to want to communicate in a step-by-step fashion so that nothing's missed. They really like to have some control over the process. How are we going to do that? Do we start with A? How do we get to B? All the way to C. And that is important in thinking about through a problem and how it can be solved. They really prefer to think from multiple perspectives and every different angle. You might hear someone using this kind of approach by saying something like, we need to begin planning for a process that's going to do this. A good example of that with respect to climate change and sustainability issues would be someone who says, really forest thinning. Forest thinning would be a really good step, right? Let's go back to like starting right with the details of how we could prevent that problem way back at A, instead of worrying about the big picture later on that a fire is going to happen, a catastrophe happen. And then the final category there is personal. This type of communication tends to focus more on people over end results. The goal is to find solutions that work for everyone. There's a tendency to value more emotional language about feelings and connection and understanding what other people think and need and feel. Interpersonal relationships are valued, and emotional language is often used in an informal, friendly, and warm way that gets other people talking and engaged and considering the factors that are going to be involved and how they'll be impacted. So here you might hear people saying things like, people in my neighborhood feel. The downtown, I've talked to different business leaders and what they're really passionate about. So you're hearing a community and a strong feeling attached to it. And that's important to how they want to move issues forward. The reason I'm going to ask you, and this is just a really quick activity, to focus on your thinking about your own style is because we all have them. We all use them, whether we're aware of it or not. And sometimes it causes misunderstandings and miscommunications in the workplace, not because you don't agree on an issue, but because you talk about it a little bit differently. So today, what we'd like you to do, we're going to have you work in about roughly 4 people. So it's a pretty small group. Talk about your own communication style. You can reflect on even the lunch conversation. What were some of the issues you were putting out? How, as you just reflect on how you talk about things, which would you say? And it could be that more than one applies. I'm not saying most people use many different communication styles. I'm going to make the point today. A good, strong communicator would be very flexible, would hear what others are saying and know how to pivot a little bit. So that's actually the second part of what you're going to practice, is that you're going to take the issue you care most about and try to just articulate it 4 different ways using those examples. And so practicing it will help you to hear it in others. That's why we'll be asking you to do that. It's just a little skill development that we hope helps you, again, working with people who come from different roles and have different demands and needs that they're placing upon you, to hear what they're saying and be able to speak perhaps in a way that they can hear you. Sarah, do you want to talk about your group there? We're gonna have people locate themselves. Oh, and so the 4 questions, if we could. It's here. My apologies. You're going to work in groups of 4, ideally mixed groups. Reflect on how you described your priorities during the lunch session and review the communication styles that are listed on the handout. We'll be working with you. You'll take turns just answering the following questions. What's your communication style? What kind of arguments are most persuasive to you? Those will be in front of you in just a moment. Actually, they're on the handout that you have. And how would you modify your arguments to communicate more effectively with someone who seems to prefer a different communication style? You'll just practice by having a sentence or 2 that changes it up to use a different style. And again, Fred, Sarah, and I will be meeting with you around the room. And so Sarah, could you say who will be at this table?
Yeah, so on this side of the room, we were gonna do in the back. Here, so I'm gonna be with Austin, Dan, Mark, Joanne, Stacy, Rebecca, Sterling.
So in just a moment, please relocate your chairs here. And Fred?
On this side of the room, we're gonna ask for Shannon Anderson, Sean Connolly, Sarah Langley, Miranda Speech, Rick Tyler, Corey Pope, Lee Williams.
And there in the middle, this middle table will have Greg, Jessica Cortez, Becky Daggett, Anthony Garcia, Heidi Hansen, Lori Matthews, and CJ Carey. And if you were not named, just join the table. Thank you. Our goal is to try to mix get out across roles. That's why we have
Yeah.
Hang out.
nice.
Well, she said. My thing is, annoy me. Those are the ones.
How you?
Four, so 1, 2, 3, 4. So we're gonna, we'll do 3. 1, 2, 3. Okay, here, and here, I'm going in this group, you can be in this group right here. 4.
And so the first one we're gonna try is, what is your communication skills?
You go around.
And then
I'm just gonna be. Thank you. Yep, these 4 and you 4. Yep, perfect. Analytical. Yeah.
The idea now is to break.
I get
some. Something. Dysfunctional on the wagon.
everybody knows. Nancy gave us.
Priority issue, you have
The priority.
4 different communication styles that Nancy
Housing and climate were pretty
always take
on the list.
pretty phrase at 4 different.
A top priority area for the city. And then. So if you think about that issues, areas, or you're gonna look.
What about that? Why would you argue that?
Work, take your.
What are the things about the category?
Think of 4 different ways to react. So we've seen the different communication styles. Management team. Across.
Yeah.
You got 1,000 people. I know.
I was right. That's it.
Process oriented, precision, detail, time
Actually,
frame.
that is exactly what
Individually treat yourself. You explained it to me.
Yes, I was. When I finished, accelerated program for my master's, very, every 5 minutes. Oh, no, I can only meet you. I would come in 20 minutes because there was so much to do. Time, graduated, you couldn't get into it. I didn't have timelines. I didn't have, details. I didn't have, lost that structure, that clear picture of this, these expectations, these are the activities, these are the timelines and the details.
Yeah, so it's engineering, right? So I'm Bill. Good lighting.
Safety.
So.
Actually, it's interesting that you said that. I didn't make a point. It is true that sometimes the communication linked professions, obviously. It's not always true, not always.
Remember that when we, that's council, we have to do it in a way that's, kind of.
Years where we spend.
So I, intuitive, the big picture, I definitely broad overview rather than a lot of detail. And, I bristle at, that's the way we've always done it.
Intuitive.
And I also recognize the downside of all of this. But I will say, I have jobs where I've been more functional. I'm this current job, I'm more.
The beginning of this exercise tonight, lights out, right? Have a sense of who you are. This is a little challenging, I know, but it's a topic. And again, the priority areas to probably at lunch is just easiest. What is the priority? How would you frame it to people?
That's what I use.
Normally, and then try to switch it up using some of these other ways of communicating. And it's not easy. They might say it to me this way. Let's see that way if you're in and then thinking about clients. Everybody here is practice switching it up.
Or during lunch.
Intuitive.
Oh, sorry, yeah, that's right.
Settling on intuitive.
That's your, you know where you are, you know thyself.
Selfish.
Think about your priorities. Talk about how might you change to reflect for me. Thinking about it. It's a little, I can now I think how might someone approach me? Topics push the evidence. Wow.
I think he's getting, I want to put it on. He's going to Flagstaff.
Fine. I'll get it over with. So as Miranda, him and Ann were there, without a doubt, I would then probably come down to functional. And choose priority. Let's talk about that. So I talked about affordable. Okay. And so take a look at that, I'll bring in how we got here. And then try to attack those issues the way you can't really do anything. For example, the money supply and how that impacted housing. Something outside of our. So I would use data and base it with a fact. But again, I would kind of back on a functional situation for you. I want people to follow me. I get very different. Talk to me, you bring it down, okay? Okay, and I tell her the same thing, medical, what the hell is that? You know,
I don't have much time.
Trump too, I guess in this particular topic. In affordable housing.
I'm trying to think of an example. We're not gonna go on. Education, transitions. No idea to present. I was hoping, so having those analysts, item.
I would be concerned, I do not.
Just. Progress in one county. Well, what happened? Have that That's what you're trying to get to, right? I have bogged down in all this background information and the stats.
Should be impacted, and I hear.
That's right, how I found the stats.
Sunny side, and now you live over in Odyssey.
Like divided.
Trust.
Yeah,
And
yeah,
you
yeah,
know
yeah.
every one of
Yeah,
those.
no, and I think.
It's very
Time that
I think you have to.
level.
Insurance. The audience, I think.
Yeah, we're doing.
I think.
But if we go up there for.
How I.
I would say.
For an hour, tell you why.
You gotta
So gotta do it like 10 minutes.
Some sort of certain extent.
Style.
Is somewhat anxious.
I think who's thinking
Because
the other person who's talking
so complicated. And stuff, and I'm just like,
example, what was your thought?
you know, I just want a quick answer, but I want to understand that I wouldn't understand because I'm not an engineer and I haven't.
Talked about this, pressure with
It's hard to just.
moment.
I kind of.
Say confident, understanding.
So then I keep asking myself, why? Why do you have to do it?
Pressure, whether it's a facility,
Why,
road segment.
without knowing how that.
Water infrastructure.
Challenge.
all because-
Tackling that.
Housing, you know, the bills. And. And
So, to a point where you. and I gotta-
housing. So, you know, having that kind of interpreting, like, okay,
So.
so, we passed that bond, you know, last week, so. And they're like, well, we gotta do this, gosh, you know. I need
Efficient something.
your sanity and mine.
To.
Tell me, now, I may not like it,
It's on, the bottom end.
give me that, but you had to have the disease.
How would you?
Then I can communicate.
Like that. $1 million worth of infrastructure.
Automatically agree with them.
About every 7 years, a segment.
Now I understand the timeline, the process, how it works. I don't like it, but I understand it, so add to the friction.
Manageable.
Right, 'cause this is tough.
For me, it's
Honestly, I don't.
So she was affordable housing as well, and the way that I often describe it is
It's almost impossible.
looking into the future, what we want our community to look like. And I want it to be a diverse community of immigrants who work here, live, you know, have invested their lives here. Versus getting into a lot of detail about,
Might be a way to kind of break it off.
I don't know, like, we need to make sure that we're building over here, or that we're, I don't get into a lot of that detail, I get into what the community versus can do, or what we should do. And I'll just add that I can take all of these, and I appreciate these communication styles. I appreciate some things about the personal communicator, but the emotional language, like that's just counsel, to cry or yell at us. It is such a,
Straighten that.
I don't even care what they're saying, because I feel like I cannot believe I'm crying.
This is kind of. When you write a press release.
All right, everybody.
Which
That was his.
Yes.
And when they're like, my neighbor. Our neighborhood. Mine. No, we're not. Yeah.
Make sure that.
Have because.
It's always a concern. Budget.
I can't. And I didn't. Fixing this. How does it look?
Last one, the reality that the guy has to manage. I understand it, and it's very. Yeah.
I love how they did this. Property of Butler and that picture. No, they don't, hey, they don't know that property. Millions of dollars for the last couple of years on this. Anyway. They just.
I think it'd be awesome.
That also speaks to, I wouldn't come before council and make
Into, so.
statements without having checked my facts before I spoke to them. So I would never,
About priority.
if I thought, why don't they build on
Going back.
parcel of land? Before I said it.
I'm always.
Owns that parcel.
But I'm.
Never. I think that some people are just more comfortable.
Standards that needs to been built in the street.
Assumption.
Standards.
Very broadly making,
You're not.
what I consider hyperbole. Yes.
I mean.
Well, that happens.
See, I think I've been there with that is being able to just.
Yes, that was
All that.
right.
In your own life.
I'm a, I just said, no, we don't want it, don't, because you believe this is.
And which one?
We bring the songs.
Situational. This was, I think, functional.
But I see it too.
Right. So you showed in this example how you.
Don't even do it.
There were some statements during those. It's like,
And then for me, as I mentioned, I tend to fall into the
that you walked
intuitive
the
communicator
hospital,
category.
give her,
One of my.
and you like the hospital there
priorities
because.
For the lunch exercise. Is that of organizational.
Yeah, that did not sway me.
There were times.
All the topics I've wanted.
That's what I always call it. We love the idea of being in a room, trying to strategize or. Follow-up function. Every time here.
Yes.
It does make
Technology.
also. Like using that really
Foundational.
for three people come in and think.
For me, the way to.
That helps, yeah, you're like.
State that.
You guys.
The way that. Communication style, like it's communicator. And this is totally contrary to what we've been doing over the years, in terms of building the organization. You've had experience with responsive. Shen, you've been like public.
On there, but.
You're on that.
Well, that's your rate.
Yes,
Kind of functional
yes,
approach to that.
because oftentimes a question will get asked.
Yeah.
You thought of that
Structure of the organization.
So
Sonically,
to,
budgetary statement.
yeah, the value of.
Same token.
Is
I define
different.
Step by step,
linear approach. We're not.
not how I.
And remember and ask questions. Then some people can How do we? And then some people go, well, all of those details.
When we, that previous city council, we would know.
Right.
So we would know to hit those points.
Yeah, that's, yeah.
Oh, yeah, Councilmember McCarthy was good about that, actually.
Set up
Get the results of the supervising.
Right. Well, change will happen one way or the other.
Yeah, right.
The organization will change without you, or you will change the organization.
No, don't touch it, get off, come on, get out of here.
Taking selfies.
That's awesome. That's awesome.
It was really fun, but they were.
Told them.
They found the candy in the drawer.
And they just started grabbing.
Yeah, they're like, we have some, they're stuffing it in their mouth. It's like. Sit down.
It's this way. It can't be the way you were raised, and I was raised. I said, oh, you know, I can talk to different young people.
All right.
All the time. It's gonna be fun.
So I'm gonna just interrupt. I know that it's an incomplete conversation. It was a conversation. We'll give you a minute to wrap up. That's okay. Let's just take a minute to come back collectively and think about some general points that you can make. Many of you are dealing with this all the time. This isn't new to you. It was just an opportunity to critically reflect and also do a little engagement with this idea that communication styles matter. But I heard some great comments people were making about, I deal with this all the time. And here are some things I think about. What is useful about this activity? I just really love to hear your thoughts. What insights might you have made just today from thinking about it, or in terms of your work? Matter. You could just offer some reflection, please.
I'll start. Thank you. Thanks for the exercise. I think a takeaway for me is you need to ensure your style, your audience, and specifically whoever's on the receiving end of the discussion or whoever you're dialoguing with, you know, with that person or that group of persons kind of live in a different communication realm style. You know, we need to, as leaders, we need to be able to change our style, be able to enter into that realm and speak in those terms.
Absolutely, absolutely. And it's not just because it's oh, we understand that that might matter, but it's to be heard, actually. You want to be heard sometimes and have that issue move forward, being able to speak in a way that you understand that person wants you to speak or needs you to speak. It's very helpful for moving forward your own initiatives. It's also, if I could just comment, kind. That when you work in a complex workplace and you've got someone, you know someone well enough to know that they need to hear it this way, you can make the choice not to, but it is kind. It makes for a better workplace for everybody. Can we always do that? Absolutely not. I'm not saying change your idea or your priority. That is not at all what we are communicating here. It's really changing just a style, right? Being flexible. What else? Other thoughts about this? Yeah.
It's
receiving end of communication is also to have that flexibility to recognize they are perhaps an analytical communicator, which doesn't necessarily resonate super great with me. But how do I try to find that balance so that I can actively engage with that person or sessions, but that kind of explains why they're approaching it this way. And maybe I don't need to take that personally, but that's just how they communicate. And so I think having that awareness on both sides is incredibly important as we work together Because like you said, sometimes we can't change, right? How can we be a little bit better about receiving another's communication style that may not?
That's such a great point, that the flexibility isn't just in how we deliver information, but our flexibility in hearing it. And I think it's really true that sometimes we think, and there's actually some research on this, by the way. For example, the analytic folks who are very logical and come at you with facts, they're often viewed as a little harsh. Like they're not warm and fuzzy and friendly. They're, as you know, and we were talking about this before. They often, there's also a tendency, but not an inevitability. People get attracted to professions because they're more analytic, right? And so the profession even reinforces further that kind of tendency, but that they're not necessarily unfriendly or not warm or any of those things that we load into it. Similarly, personal communicators often are viewed as like flighty and not, they aren't focused. And we have to be careful about that because that doesn't mean that they don't have a whole body of facts underneath it. It's just that they don't lead with it. But it's okay in your workplace to ask. It's okay to say, is there a different way I could give you that information? Is there a different set of dimensions I could bring to that might be helpful for you, a different way you'd like to hear it? It's okay to talk to people about that. That's what we're trying to do here, is get you practicing just talking to each other. It can make a big difference. Other takeaways or observations?
So I'm intuitive, 100%. I took a snapshot of this and sent it to my family. I have a wife and kids, and asked them what I am and what each of them are. They all immediately identified me as intuitive. And they each picked a different one. So we have a corner house. I just figured out why there's so much shouting in our house.
And there are some online tools. I will actually I'll send to Shannon and the leadership team a link to a place you can go and do a little test, which Fred and I both did and was kind of fun because it shows in this test, like I was impressed that we were all the things, and that was funny to me. It was interesting, and I think that's from being in the classroom a lot where you have to flex. However you're talking to somebody, you just learn to flex, right? And that was very interesting. And I'm imagining for most of you, you'll find the same thing if you do this online test, that a lot of you are people that you arrive at these leadership positions because you're actually able to flex. And that's why it is that you're here today and in this position. One more observation. Yes.
To somebody who might be communicating in the way that you don't normally like to communicate yourself.
Absolutely. And you certainly can't run a big organization and not be functional. That is, you've got to be able to do the steps. You probably can't be in these kind of leadership jobs and not have some intuitive capacity, big picture, and so on. I could just go on. And the personal, you have to be able to work with people. So I know that if we did that test, most of you are going to have a representation, but that doesn't mean we can't know ourselves and know that we do have preferences. I want good data. Fred Solip really likes good data, I can tell you. And it matters, and to know that about him, you want to convince him about something, you don't start out with some of these other categories. Just a couple of other points I want to make, and then we're going to move on to Sarah. It's important not to listen just to the content of what people are saying, but how they're saying it. That's really what I'm urging you to pay attention to. It's not just the words, it's the way, their approach. That's really what we're focusing on. No one communication style is inherently better than another. And strong leaders will be flexible. They'll have the capacity to use all these styles, but to be attentive to it, to be thinking about it. And when you find that you're hitting your head against the wall talking to somebody, you just feel like you're not making progress, I urge you to just take a pause and think, is this a communication issue? Sometimes it is. And it's amazing to me how often that is the case. It's often easier to hear people who use a similar communication style. So when you're having trouble, it's maybe that's an issue, why you're having trouble hearing them. And having, like I said, great communication in this regard, a flexibility isn't just smart, it's caring and makes for a better workplace. Foster stronger relationships, a more positive work environment, and can also facilitate coalition building. By being able to communicate across styles, you might find there are people who actually share your priorities. They didn't realize it because you're kind of talking past each other and the way you're talking. The final point I want to make is that communication is something we have to do throughout our lives. You are people who essential skill, I urge you to seek out opportunities to further your own communication skills. They're never good enough for any of us. We should never settle. We can always learn more. So thanks today for being part of just pushing yourselves a little bit and learning a little bit more and kind of putting it more forward in your thinking. I'm going to transition now to Sarah, who's going to talk about collaboration.
Great. If you turn your handout over to the second slide. Stay where, yeah, stay where you are. Stay in the same groups because we're trying to do applied here. So I think collaboration, how many of us are kind of like, oh, what a catchphrase, right? Like we use collaboration a lot in organizations. And so thinking about what that really means. What does collaboration mean? Anyone want to offer a definition of collaboration? What does collaboration mean to you? Working with others towards a common goal. Good.
Just add diverse opinions or people that don't think like you to come together for a common goal.
Okay, diverse. Okay, good.
Ability to see through somebody else.
Ability to see through someone's eyes. So thinking about how collaboration really links back to what Nancy was sharing in the activity that we just did about communication and the different communication styles. But one of the things that's really key for collaboration is also trust. Trust is really hard to define, right? But a lot of the work that I've done with state and local and federal organizations and even in the classroom is that trust is really based upon interactions. So if you think about it, if Greg and I have a meeting and it went really bad, we're like, oh man, that meeting went really poor. And like, maybe I don't really trust Greg because we had this really poor interaction. Then I met with Joanne and I had a great conversation. But also think about, going back to the icebreaker that we had this morning about the longevity that people have lived here or in your current roles, or maybe someone's new to the organization. Think about how interactions improve over time because you have that long-standing relationship with someone. Think about it when you're working with the public and your constituents. You might get, there's some benefits, pros and cons to election cycles and term limits and things like that. But think about the staff within the city of Flagstaff. A lot of them have been in their roles. They had that continuity. And you can say, okay, well, I can go to Stacy because I know Stacy's been here a long time. I trust her to give me great information. Or thinking about elected officials, I can go to Becky because Becky's been in the community for a long time. So really think about the way that we communicate differently, but also the levels of trust and interaction that we have. And so trust is really important. The trust also links back to how we communicate with each other. Also active listening. I think sometimes, I know as faculty, the three of us, like we talk all the time, we get up in front of the classroom, but also it's about listening to your constituents, listening to those that have the expertise and asking for help. So this, you'll see here on the right-hand side, we have 4 different categories, and then on the top, it's just kind of pathways and talking about different levels of characteristics for collaboration. And so on the left-hand side, we have collaborative partnerships, cautious cooperation, adversarialism, and cautious compliance. So the goal, a lot of times people will say, well, why would I want to have collaborative partnerships? Doesn't that lead to agency capture, right? Like you're being captured as someone that works for the city or an elected official. That's often a misnomer. It's overstated. It's a lot of noise. And just thinking about how partnership and the way that we share information and things that we've been trying to work on today collaboratively is that you're sharing information. So doing the communication style that we've been working on, but also thinking about who on staff that you might need information from. So sharing that information, you have that two-way street that you're sharing that information together. That you are also working on communication. So that's what we did, the communication styles. You have a degree of respect for each other, right? Because you're sharing that information. You might disagree, but you still respect each other. And then motivations. What are your perceptions? I think most of us here are committed to public service, right? We're serving our community. And so thinking about you have that commonality and that you're proactively seeking assistance from each other. So that's really what we'd like to walk away from. But also there's that cautious cooperation. I'd say the vast majority of us are probably in cautious cooperation, that maybe we haven't worked together for a long period of time. You might have a moderate, maybe you've had some difficult interactions, and maybe you're just kind of unsure still. So you're trying to work towards that, but most of us are usually in cautious cooperation. Adversarial, I always use this example here. If you think about going back to the 1970s with environmental regulation, right? And so the federal government also had this command and control approach, right? And so you're commanding people to do things. That really, as we started out in the 1970s, really lend us towards this adversarial relationship, right? And so you're telling people what to do, you're not having a back and forth. And so we really want to make sure that we're moving away from adversarialism, that we're working on our communication styles, and we're able to work effectively together. And then cautious compliance is similar to cautious cooperation, but the compliance side is a little bit, you're more aligned to, I would say, the communication style of fact finding and things like that. And so sometimes people are like, okay, well, what facts are you using? Going back to Fred's conversation earlier today and thinking about, where's the source and where are you getting that information, and making sure that you're relying on expertise within the staff. And so again, we really wanted to just demonstrate today in terms of, our goal is to be collaborative in terms of our partnerships, which is really important. But also it's a progress, it's steps, it's a process. And so how we work together, we have a very large group, and just think about leaders in our organizations, but also in our community, and how we can really set the tone on why collaboration is so needed right now, especially at the state and local level. There's a lot of noise, but think about how we can rely on each other to support each other regardless of political party or maybe background or expertise. And so we wanted to spend some time just walking through this. So to put this into practice, much like what Nancy did earlier, we have 2 questions here. So thinking about that one priority area, I know our group over here, so you're going to stay in your same question you're going to look at is what information, support, or resources are needed for your priority area. So I know our group was talking about the cost of housing. So what would you need to do? And then the second part, who are we going to reach out to? So we're building those collaborative relationships. What constituents, maybe there's some businesses in town or maybe someone at NAU. So we really want you to put this to practice now. We're going to spend the next maybe 10 to 15 minutes to do this, and really thinking about taking one priority area, working your group of 4. You'll be working with Fred and I and Nancy, and then we'll come back and talk about how this we put this into practice. Any questions before we apply this to practice? Okay, thanks. So I'll give you a break. I didn't go. Level counting. I don't know. You want to go first?
No, I was gonna say we go backwards if you want,
Oh,
but
yeah, let's go
okay.
backwards.
It's a process for you.
Very good. Even when
Feel affordable buy that house, 40%. So I can think in this capacity, I think and a partnership. We have are working well, and then the programs where
Regional self, whether it's the city.
not, because there's not that trust. Some
System.
Sister city and
trust.
Data.
So,
pride.
for instance, the
City council.
Interfaith Council, really roll well together. Trust them to not have a meeting and then turn around and say different things. I can't say that. And the same goes council members as well. That trust is built of what you say you're going to do and not into adversarial, like
management. So really collectiveness with the systems.
Others have other countries.
Back to housing, had organizations like Bill,
Really good.
students who
Get that other information, might even from the other sides, a lot of that similar issues.
Yes, I see.
know that we in
Old system.
on what they want to do there. But just trying to look on what the city could do. Inviting people.
Look like, what is it gonna?
Inviting people to bring expertise.
I'm not saying it.
The permissions up front. It's much easier. You find the.
I feel like sustainability is kind of. We have to merge.
Here, but it lasts 3 weeks.
Yes.
But as far as started pushing it out like.
Somebody who's.
I think you need.
Like that happen. You have to. A tricky point with filling up because, you know, the city.
All of a sudden, when it's an emergency.
And you know, not.
There.
Yeah, so it really was. That was true. And also. And then resources, funding is needed, but also I.
Yes. I mean, but it's, they're out there.
When you mentioned that, maybe it should be starter stuff, or you think we.
I honestly.
Well, suit on your door.
Oh, I'm trying to.
That's where we start.
Like that proposed.
Medication.
More like a house, like transitional housing where they shared a kitchen. So. Have. Good on your. It's like student housing. It's a shared. It's a shared. No, the problem is it's over there.
Housing relatively price. It
was close to.
You know,
What's happening?
super good.
I don't remember.
And I think dig down into that much.
The hard part.
A lot of different things. Different resources, but you want bring that data to life, get everyone to buy in on that.
Right, this way or no way.
I think. Bodies, I try to tell. Yeah, I mean, you know, you're the ale. I like playing with extra things that I will. I'm getting the experts. And we lean on those people. It's not.
That's right.
The organizations.
It's
gonna be a lot of. Yeah, and I'd lean on state. The housing.
I really.
And where we might get to at what point in time is typically talking about.
I get to see like coming in, so.
I think you need to have, even NAU could be.
Is that different for a house that you're several, say like, I'm just making, it's like a
Square foot house, 1,600.
One of the things that, you know,
Because,
talk to the full face for the.
okay, so when the developers come in,
And now I've got to figure out, okay, which one do I want to fill my hand? I want to hear the other side of the cost. I know none of us know the answers like that. Perspective either.
You have that for profit.
so, yeah, so that's, yeah, so they're looking at the cost of the land, pretty much this, the sewer, let's put in the. Everything, for the storage. You have to have a developer that's willing to say, I'm not gonna develop those million hours.
Gotta be.
Make. Put that profit.
Good night.
We don't.
That's actually what I'm saying. So that developer came in, we met with
Now
them
that might be.
earlier this week.
When-
They want to try to switch it, it's more affordable.
Yes.
But
A lot of that.
these already different products like. It's just the amount of product that we receive, rental, especially this is a family home, like. Well, the cost that they have to install the improvement.
Yes.
You know, like 40, if you know, they have to look at our code and say, with them. They said we can build 350. We don't want that. You're asking us, like, the city, it's a big point in traffic. Product, right?
Market.
Interesting. Is they're getting internal.
I saw the.
That's good.
That's a.
Yeah.
You know, now I.
Base material.
Back when.
Even his butt. We are getting
So I haven't seen all these.
Yeah. They have the resource.
And I know, I think will really help. Yeah.
Just relieved that
Or not even. You guys decisions, like how do you guys just what's first?
Brown. Try to get a bill. Okay.
None of your assistants.
Not healthy span.
If tax code incentivize the developer of tax. Today, and so then they have. You go up, but they only have to take that for 20 years, and that's kind of the simplified form, so they can do the infrastructure.
Some. Position in the city.
Yeah.
You got it.
General.
Even talk to me about it.
Already.
Trips.
I don't like. How does that?
Sales tax sound like when you.
I mean, no, but our retail sales are higher tax dollars on perspective.
Out of the state. Else money. Inspector's office protect surrounding areas, because some of the arguments when they've tried to do it before, like Sunnyside or Southside, and you have just one area and then all these houses around it, their property taxes go up where they can, right? Because now the average value. And if they don't. That was a way to incentivize development. I mean,
Even- That comes under adversarial.
No different than trying to build. Something.
Touching also.
Yes.
Have to get involved, and now you're saying the legislature would actually be.
Necessarily need to be.
So maybe just.
Structured code. It's- Plan, how easy can we implement something? How well does the community receive?
I think, no one is over engineering the.
It's really great about.
Well, I don't think we.
It's really good about the last cab is through and they identified all the vacant parcels, privately owned, the Clear County. And engineering went through, okay, this site has water, this site has sewer, or it needs water, sewer. Which is a lot of sites that are real nice. And I was told with the problem that has heavily just not my family or argument, just yes, project. Two, citizens rights capital. Sites identified. The days I wish we could flip flop. Cheshire. Yeah, it has everything to it.
All right, so just wrap up your final thoughts. Go back together.
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah, like conversation, guys.
Public in every single thing that we.
I talked about that earlier, right? So, thank you. We'll go do-
I know.
We need that, which is very fast. Change.
It's a good conversation.
Yeah, no, it is. It's a really good one. What about observations in terms of linking back to collaboration, but just thinking about, you know, resources and information and departments that you or organizations that you'd work with? What observations did you have? I can pick on our group.
To bring all the people to not only identify the resources and the partners that you need, but then to bring those together and to have effective data and information to.
And I know, Sterling, you guys had a really good conversation about the rural and urban divide as well in the state. Can you speak to that a little bit and how we can maybe enhance those collaborations?
Mentioned that one of the groups I wish we could collaborate more. There are different departments of the state that we get along pretty well with. Engineering gets along great with ADOT. State land has been pretty good to work with. There are other parts of the state that may not as much. Trying to provide incentive for them to understand that there's outside of Maricopa or Pima County, it's a challenge, and any kind of suggestions anybody might.
And I think what we were discussing was it was really easy when all the partners wanted to work together on something, but when you add the community element is where things start to fray a lot.
Do you have ideas on how we could change that?
I don't remember what the ideas were. I just remember that part of it.
Other observations?
Trust and how hard it is to build and easy to erode.
Yeah.
It's the right person to stay outward facing and build that community trust, whether you're on the ground or upper level.
Well, and that's a really interesting point, though. Pew Research Center has been tracking public trust with government over the last 100 years. And usually it's been about, you know, especially at state and local level, over 70%. And now we're below 50%. And so thinking about how this collaboration is another opportunity for us to regain trust with our constituents. Observations. I think everyone's really tired.
Observation.
You're spot on. Bit about building trust and losing trust. How often you're more likely to collaborate with organizations and people that you trust. That once that trust is lost, it really impedes your ability to have a collaborative partnership.
Did your groups talk about when you lose trust, how do you regain it? You do. I mean, a lot of us, yeah, go ahead.
Trust is built by making and keeping. That's the trust level does.
When you can't keep a commitment, what do you do?
I've experience in mantling of trust and then trying to reestablish it. Community, a lot of it always starts with ourselves organizationally. And not projecting defensiveness about a perspective or opinion. I've seen that happen and it just doesn't go well. So I think it is tied into extreme ownership of what caused the break in trust. And never putting yourself in a posture of projecting defensiveness about how somebody in the community feels on their opinion or what caused the breakdown. And then you have to honor. You have to honor when they ask you something, or jeopardize that honor with the facts of what you're going to tell them happened in a certain circumstance. Very important.
Thoughts or observations?
I mean, I think we approached it maybe an idea that Councilmember Spence brought up that I'm not sure where we all felt on the issue, but then we kind of talked through it and gave some perspectives and ideas and potential partners and things like that. I think we did a model.
I think we won.
We invented it.
Give you the award.
What I would add to Joanne, if I may, is that I think successful collaboration, you can achieve some really great things and maybe solve some really hard problems.
May not be the initial idea, but it's solving.
Any other final thoughts?
One last thing I'll say, our group, we're talking about housing, but sometimes what happens is we think that the community thinks that the staff at the city and the council are supposed to know everything and create the answer. Sometimes it would be nice if they got together and they really thought through the hard problems and then would sit down with us professionally and chat those over instead of come to the, the dais and just say, you don't know what you're talking about. They don't really do all their research. And sometimes that's hard for especially the council has to listen to something that doesn't have any facts behind it. That's tough. So.
A couple of final points. Trust matters. I think we all know that, right? But just thinking about different mechanisms, the way in which we communicate, like Nancy was talking about earlier, Fred talking about data, the importance of the work that we do collectively is so important that we all have different perspectives, we have different expertise, and just, we're all a community of learners, right? And serving our community, which is so important. And I think, one of the things my full-time job is that I train the current and future generation of public servants, right? And so really thinking about giving back to our community, but also just sharing the expertise that we have in the room is so important. Trust is hard. I'm always going to be like, I am so sorry, I was incorrect, or I don't know that answer. I'm going to go get that information for you. And I think sometimes we don't do that. And so just really thinking about, you know what? Shannon's the expert in that. Why don't we call Shannon? Why don't we bring Shannon in? And so just thinking about the amazing leadership that we have in this room, but how you can actually share resources together to best serve our community. People can get upset and shout at us. You know, I'm used to students, you know, getting upset about grades and things like that. But just explaining and just being like, hey, I'm here to listen. I care about you. And I think that goes a long way in terms of collaboration and trust, and it grows over time. Yeah, go ahead.
I was gonna wait till you were done.
Yeah, no, go ahead.
I just wanted to mention that for me personally, this was more than just an exercise to learn trust. What we talked about, very poignant to like what I will hopefully be able to help develop in the future. So thank you.
That's great.
No, but we just really wanted to thank all of you today for spending the time and thinking about skills and strategies. We're going to hand it back to the mayor and the city manager. And then Nancy and I and Fred have a couple of final things before we leave.
Why don't you go ahead? Okay, good.
Thank you all. We'll do a little wrap up here. Would love to hear from our facilitators, what they like to share in wrapping things up. But I will share with you, I think today was very successful in terms of structure. You know, we had a lot of housekeeping matters and the sessions on things like open meetings law and council procedures and city charter, city council manager, staff roles, and how we interact. All of that stuff is very important. As I mentioned at the outset, we don't do this every year. We do this every other year. We take a day and take it to a high level and talk about these things. And I want to share with you, it's important for all of us to hear these things over and over again. For many of us, it's a refresher, a reminder. For some of us, it's new information, but it never gets old or stale. It's always relevant. And I like the fact that, you know, we tied in real-time examples to some of the talking points. I felt it was a good day structure-wise. I want to thank all of those who had involvement in putting today's agenda together. I thank those who did the heavy lift on providing food and nourishment, a nice venue, all the technology, lot of hands on this one. And before I end and turn it over to our facilitators, I will mention tomorrow, we're back at it, day 2 of a 2-day retreat. We will shift gears tomorrow in a big way. We are leaving the realm of talking about relationships and roles and all the housekeeping things that we have had today, and the wonderful coaching that we've had. Tomorrow it's more budget stuff, and we're going to start the day with, I don't have the agenda in front of me, but we've been working hard on this agenda. We're going to have a big discussion in the priority-based budgeting. We have an expert in the field coming here from Colorado. She has been here before. Her name is Kathy Novak. She's incredibly talented, and she's a former elected official from the city of Thornton, Colorado, I believe. Could be wrong on that. It's either Thornton or North Glen, one of those communities. But a former elected official, and She's very credentialed. I will introduce her and give you her bio tomorrow. She knows priority-based budgeting quite well. And we're going to spend time with you on that, and then we will segue into a lot of budgetary stuff. Tomorrow is setting the stage for a lot of future discussion. You know, on these in this budget process, we start very high. We narrow it down. Think of it as the end of the funnel, and you know, we get more and more narrow with our scope as time marches on. We will start high level tomorrow, but we'll get into the weeds on some things and then set the stage for the next retreat, which is only 2 weeks away. I know we're asking a lot of your time, but it's such an important process. And this is one too, where it truly is going all the way back to those silly Venn diagrams that I rolled out this morning. It really is the best example of where we meet in the middle and work together, building together policy, administration, legal, all of these things. The budget process might be the best example of where all that comes together. So I want to thank you all for your attention today. And I will turn it over to our esteemed guests to do their wrap up. And then Mayor, I think we need to have you close the meeting at the very end. Give a hand to our facilitator.
Wanted a final word to have an opportunity to thank you so much for your attention today. And we do hope that the content of the workshops that we ran, in addition to the important content given to you by your leadership team, helps you to lead this year, to communicate more effectively, and to collaborate, which is so essential for the work that you do. As a longtime member of the Flagstaff community, I also want to just say thank you. I'm so impressed by the engagement you had and the activities, your willingness to push outside of comfort zones and just, you know, talk to each other and express priorities and work on those. I just really was very happy with that, very pleased, and I want to thank you for your hard work on behalf of the community.
And we also just wanted to give everyone an opportunity, any final comments or questions that you might have today.
I just wanted to make one last comment. It's just, I wrote it here on the bottom of our last week. It just says, nothing worthwhile is simple.
Any other comments or thoughts?
I think we were all quite fortunate to have the three of you with us.
Yes.
What a team. So thanks.
Well, again, we really thank you for the opportunity today. And Fred has a couple final thoughts.
I just want to thank everybody. I'm very impressed with you all.
Can't hear you back there, sorry.
Just getting the technology down.
Yeah, microphone above.
I understand. Thank you. I'm very impressed with all of you. I appreciate renewing friendships. I appreciate meeting new people. I'm just so impressed with the work you do. And as a resident, as Nancy's a resident, Sarah's, as a resident of Flagstaff, thank you.
We feel inspired.
We do have a evaluation form that we'd like you to complete. There are two sides to this. Please provide honest feedback to us. We really appreciate it. So I'm gonna
We like
just
doing this work. We like any feedback. It helps us to do a better job. So thank you very much.
It's anonymous too. So yeah. And thank you very much.
Enjoy the rest of your day.
Thank you.
So we have no public comment?
She juice stuff. Say to. Good job on this stuff.
Yes, 8:30.
So a couple of things that stuck out to me today were that sometimes we have different priorities, but oftentimes the reasons why there are priorities overlap. So say your priority is infrastructure, or it's affordable housing,
reason is high quality of life for the residents of Flagstaff. I mean, that shows you where we can definitely collaborate. And the trust, I think as we move forward as a council and in working with staff, that trust is like the critical element to the work that we do. And I would just like to ask everyone here if they could, you know, in 30 seconds, say what they would like to see from our collaboration in the next year, and that's staff and council, community, just what they would like to see happen with all of us. Can I start with Heidi?
I would hope that people would seek to get more information before just assuming on a topic, and that would be super helpful for us to help you.
I'd like to see ideas that we come up with fleshed out and become realities to people.
I'd love to see if folks have questions or concerns that they reach out to one another and talk about those before they escalate to a different level. Open communication and dialogue.
I'd like to see a lot of progress made on the many infrastructure projects we have going on, notably in a climate of uncertainty as to funding and support. I just think there's even more emphasis now than there was before.
I'd like to see some good, robust, engaging dialogue amongst the council and staff in collaborating, to find ideas for all of us. Advance forward.
I'd like to see some embracing of innovation and some to new ideas and doing things different.
City manager kind of stole my thunder. I was thinking of our projects that lay ahead, and I think it's going to be a big year, if not a few years, and just working together, staff, city council, we do a great job, and I would just like to see that continue. That information is shared and
I think I would say that we're in a time, and we've been in a time of a lot of disagreement and stress and worry, a lot of anxiety. And I would like to see us all be able to not make assumptions, to ask clarifying questions, and that's in our relationship with the community as well, that we can bring down the temperature and have real conversations so that we can get the work done.
For me, a commitment to the concept that the solutions for the city in the future will not be created with the ways of thinking of the past. Continued sense of shift and sharing responsibilities. Incredible interwovenness of all of our missions. And I think commitment to harvesting modern best practices within each one of our divisions.
I would like to be a part of building community. Ed said it best, be excellent to each other.
Be excellent to ourselves.
it's hard to think of what hasn't already been said. And you've just picked what I was gonna say. Let's try to do all of what we all said with kindness and compassion.
A lot of what has already been said, but what came to mind through today was that a lot of times we overlook different departments or just different community groups that play a part in some of the challenges or goals that we have, and just aspiring to do better of bringing those voices together to share and to come up with ideas instead of just one point talked about that a lot of people look to us to fix everything, like housing, like we can't fix all the housing problems. It takes different departments and different community members and stuff, and just work on collaboration and bringing people together to start talking about what their role could be, what solutions they could bring to the table instead of just laying it all on us and wanting us to fix everything.
For me, it's, there was a discourse given over 50 years ago in the wake of Watergate, and Vietnam was still, and this was all before my time. I was just impressed with the title of the discourse. It was Growing Lack of Civility. That was 50+ years ago. We are now, and we were talking about this the other day, Mayor. More civility in everything we do. Kindness, seeking to understand before being understood, however you want to put it. I think appreciating everyone's values. Maybe you may not agree with them, but being civil in the way that you disagree.
Yeah, my thoughts are, we're trying to solve or make progress on a lot of big issues that can be really overwhelming. You know, we're doing such important work and we're going to achieve a lot of things, but not be overwhelmed by it and continue to have gratitude for being here. And I feel we're all very fortunate to be here in Flagstaff and be part of this community, and let's not lose sight of that as we take on these challenges.
The fiscal year 26 budget.
Oh, okay. I didn't take 30, he took 30.
In a collaborative method, listening to each other. But in serious, I think delivery of projects, we've promised a lot. We've got a lot of funding already in place, ready to deliver, and just showing some delivery, showing we can do what we say we can do and continue. We've been very successful, but just continue on that and try to be even better.
Like I said before, nothing worthwhile is simple. So while we learn from the past and accept all the good things that we learned from the past, leaving some of the negativity in the past is important for us to live for today and as we move forward. Also, lately there has been a lot of anxiety, and I want everybody to remember to remain calm in the face of chaos.
Our new platform.
With making progress. That are already there and.
Would you like to contribute something?
Facilitators, do you have something that you'd like to add?
Love some of the things that I heard you talking about, they're so future focused, because the future comes to us whether we're prepared or not. And I love thinking about things like safety, water, the things that are just they just are things that we depend on as human beings. It'd be easy for so thank you for that very forward thinking, big innovative ideas. Some people on the team are always going to be needed pushing that forward. And also people, hey, we need them to.
It's really inspiring.
Really appreciate, John's saying he got the box, the innovation. When I was department chair, I would tell my department, don't be afraid to go out and make mistakes. Because if you make a mistake, you're just trying something new. You're trying to innovate, but don't be afraid to make a mistake. Don't let that stop. As we've talked about trust and cooperation, own up to it, take possession, move forward with.
Thank you. Anything?
There's two comments on.
Oh, yes.
Positive, inventive momentum. Thank you, Corey. Live and work with sacredness. Thank you, Rose.
Yes, thank you. All right, so goodbye to those of you online. Goodbye to those of you in person. We are adjourned.